thing I said going live today. My channel is going to get shut down.
Filthy gobbos.
Well, yeah, nobody bats an eye this whole campaign when everyone's like, goblins are the worst. We should go find where they are so we can kill them.
It's truly racism. Like
I don't remember
Blood
at
lives
any
matter,
point.
man.
green lives matter. That's fucked.
At no point was anyone like, hey, we should specifically find the goblins that did this. It was always just like, where are the fucking goblins? Let's go kill them.
Any of them. It doesn't matter. Yeah, whichever ones we find. We'll make their women and children watch.
God. Oh, this has turned really dark really fast.
Yeah.
They have
Welcome to
women and
traditional
children.
fantasy.
But they do. They have women and children.
Yeah, I know, but oh my god.
You are creating many widows throughout your adventures. Let's put it that way.
Well, one cannot wage conflict without creating widows.
What do you call it when the guy's still alive? Is he's not a widow?
He's a widower.
A widower? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a widower too. If I'm killing it's like a verb. Does that work? If I'm creating widows.
What if maybe you need to change, have a character who has a no kill policy unless he knows whether or not he's creating a widow.
Oh man.
Just
Are
walk
you
up.
married?
Do you have a family?
Do you have a wife and son? Tell me now.
Where's Rachel? I don't.
Where is she?
Just Batman interrogating goblins.
Well, I'm putting that down on my list of weird character concepts. Gonna be my lawful evil character.
It's like the guy from the anime of Goblin Slayer, only make him Batman.
I'm sure there's already parallels between that just because his voice.
If I ever die, I'm gonna make a vigilante and wear a bat suit. I think that's that's apropos.
Not even the proper Batman garb, just a giant bat costume.
Yeah.
Hey, let's do this whole Pathfinder. Now that we're done talking about races dressing up like bats.
Okay, let's go.
As long
Just
as
in time for
everyone's
the
cool
game.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Calvin, unfortunately, it is just you today. There's no Matt when it comes to people that were here last week. So I'm gonna only ask you, would you like to do a recap of the last session?
Yeah, I can do that. All right. You find my notes again.
I think this week should be a little bit easier. Last week there was a lot of little things.
Yeah. So this past session, we went back to the crypts to investigate how many of things were there, and we found that it was 6 goblins and a humanoid went into and out of the crypt. They went north through the boneyard, and we were able to find a spot in the wall where they set up a ladder and hopped the wall and looked through the forest and lost their trail. So we kind of did some exploration of the town. Characters went to meet Hannah, the daughter of Father Santis. They also went to Turduck Academy, and someone else went to the boneyard to learn and met a person at the Feathered Serpent, which was a Syrian man. We went over to Broderick Quink's and told him some stuff, and we got some information about what could be a site known as the Pyre, which was south of Sandpoint, he said, but also we're thinking is the standing stones that are inside the cathedral. Father Santos, the head of the cathedral, or the father of the cathedral, about the stones, and he spewed a lot of stuff about Desna. And then we walking downtown, and one of the actresses in the play that we're going to be in at some point said that her son and her were attacked by a goblin that she thought was a fake thing because her son saw a cat lit on fire by a goblin, so it could have been some PTSD stuff. Turns out it was a real goblin that the dog was carrying into the closet, and we interrogated that goblin to find out that it is part of the Thistletop tribe, and their commander or their chieftain was commanded them to get food, but was also a Tallshank, which is a humanoid, was commanding the group that was going there. They had a longsword and a massive bow, and they spoke common. They didn't speak goblin to the tribe, so and that these goblins do common as well, which is strange. But okay.
Is Calvin a robot for anybody else?
Yes.
Very much so.
Calvin 3000.
3.0.
If
This time the
there,
firmware is even stronger.
I know you were having issues last week. If it's possible, if we could try using the phone again, you came in pretty clear.
Okay. Give me a few minutes to go get it and set it up.
Okay. Alright, so I am going to fill in a few details there of various levels of importance. The reason one of the characters went over to the Turduck Academy last week was to go talk to the headmaster there and see if he could like give some like basic survival lessons to some of the children there. So just basically trying to do some volunteer work in free time he had, yes. And then one of the other players, character that Matt is actually name's Armand, went down to the Feathered Serpent, which is like an antiquities shop, and kind of just had a good look around, wanted to see what kind of stuff they had. And he in particular is interested in like relics of the sea. So he ended up being shown some like relics that he was told were like of Aslanti origin, and a bunch of different types of fossils as well. And he went in there a few times, and later in the session, after they went and talked to Mr. Quink, who's this old sage guy up north, the party was like, hey, maybe we should go back to the like Armin was like, maybe we should go back to the Feathered Serpent and see if there's any ancient Thessalonian relics there. Maybe that's something. So the party ended up going back, and the owner of the shop, his name's Boravashli Vun. Was like, he's always super excited when people come in, really bubbly, doing the traditional salesman behavior that you would expect from, you know, your better salesman, the one you actually want to talk to. Albeit it might be overbearing for some people. I can appreciate that. But unfortunately, he didn't have anything to do with ancient Thassalon. But Armand ended up buying the most expensive fossil that he could. I was like, sure, yeah, there's a bunch of fossils ranging in like a wide variety of quality and cost, from like 1 gold piece all the way up to 50. And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna buy the $50 relic because this guy's been so nice to us. And I was like, yes, I just sold him a $50 fossil.
Here's a $50 rock. That belongs in a museum.
Yeah. yeah, that's exactly what it is. So eventually, if he takes it to the right scientist within the region, it's gonna evolve into a giant bug with scythe arms. Well, only if he looks for it. I'm not just gonna give it to him.
Oh no.
And yeah, that pretty much sums it up. With the exception that like today is the day of the play, So there's this like big play going on today that you guys have all been practicing for the last few days. You're all going to be reenacting scenes from the Battle of Sandpoint, for which you guys are the heroes of as of right now. So that'll be a fun way to introduce our new characters, having you guys back, on the stage, getting ready for your premiere day. That'll be a good way to introduce you and to figure out what you did during the battle. What else? There's a few other minor things. You all have been offered a week at the Rusty Dragon. Today would be day number 5. So you guys don't have a place to stay. That would be where you're staying, which actually means even though you haven't directly interacted with Animara or Armand, or maybe even any of the other heroes of Sandpoint, most of them are staying there. But that's totally fine that you guys haven't. It's not, I mean, come on, just because you guys were at the same event doesn't mean you have to know each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I just say, who takes the dome fossil? I mean, Helix fossil's right there.
Judge, man. People who really want to use Slash. I think unless there's anything you guys want to do, like is there anything you guys want to do throughout the day? Because the first show doesn't happen until tonight. Anything specific,
No.
I should say. Because like if you just want to like mill around town and hang out, then yeah.
Yeah, I think Anamara would just go back to Hannah's to kind of work in the morning there, trying to help people out as much as you can.
Okay. In the morning time, the shop's not open. Remember, she goes out really early in the morning and starts picking herbs and different plants and berries and.
Yeah, I think she would go with her then to go at least help out a little bit. So
Okay.
getting up early again.
Anamara is gonna have a busy day today.
Yep,
Is there
sounds like it.
a library in town?
No, but there are a couple different places you could go to if you were looking for like the closest thing to that. The one I know off the top of my head is if like you wanted to go try and talk to the old sage out of town, but he's not the kind of person that likes being around other people. The last one I want to say is down to the south, but I don't know where it is off the top of my head, just because we haven't gone there.
Okay.
I think it's the Curious Goblin behind the Sandpoint Theater. Yeah, it's a bookshop.
I guess Dalen's just going to spend his day getting acquainted with the locals.
Okay. Yeah, and this would be the kind of thing where like technically you've been here for like at least 5 days, but like
Right.
that's still something you could do. But just to give you like a manner of perspective for like how long you've been here.
Yeah, maybe peruse some of the local shops.
Yeah, and
There
that's
is-
totally cool. There's so many different types of shops in the town though. Like
For-
it's probably a good idea to get yourself familiarized with what's available.
Yeah, he will particularly be interested in the antique shops, particularly things selling artifacts they find in the local archaeology digs.
The closest
Local
you would
ri-
get to that is the Feathered Serpent, the place we were just talking about. And they like he gets all of the owner of the Feathered Serpent, he gets all of his goods via Magnamar. Like he has a bunch of connections over there, so it's a bunch of people in Magnamar that bring him stuff and then he sells here.
Okay, well, that's probably where he'd go first.
Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Uh, mainly like ancient Thessalonian scrolls, tombs, maybe some kind of reading material that might hold some kind of ancient knowledge.
Yeah, so I think when you come in, um, uh, or Vashaliv Boone would like do what he normally does when a customer comes in. He spreads his hand wide open, throwing them up a little bit, and he says, "Ah, yes, welcome, welcome to the Feathered Serpent, the finest place of local curiosities and exotic-looking items. Is there anything I can help you with, sir?"
I'm interested in any kind of Thessalonian scrolls or some kind of reading material from that era that you might possess.
Now, fortunately, we don't have anything specifically Thessalonian, but if you would be interested, we do have some ancient architectural based scrolls and books that I could point in your direction. Not quite of that age, but more towards the founding of Varissia when the Chelish people first came.
Yeah, better than nothing. Point me in the right direction then.
Okay, and he like this is a very cramped type building, so he comes out behind his like little desk that he like standing desk that he's behind, squeezes his way over towards you, and he says, "Please, please come follow me." And he like goes around a few corners, like and hopefully like trying to make sure you don't bump into anything you shouldn't, but it's kind of unavoidable just because how cramped it is. Um, and he brings you over to this very small section. It's like a 2 foot wide bookcase that stands about 6 feet tall, and there's 2 shelves of it that are dedicated to books, and you see a scroll rack that only has 2 scrolls in it that's in there with the books. Is like a very limited category when it comes to local architecture, but it should be more than enough to whet your appetite. If there's anything specific you'd be interested in, please peruse, and if you have any questions, get back to me as soon as you can.
Now, how much do the scrolls cost? These two right here.
And he goes to pull one with like copper like case seal, and he pulls that one out. Says, "This right here includes anecdotes on the original layout for Riddleport when it was first found. I would be willing to sell this to you for a mere 15 gold piece."
And the other one?
Ah, yes, and he gently slides the scroll he's holding right now back into its spot and pulls that one out. It's a very plain looking case. And he says, "This one, well, not looking as fancy, just impressive. If you're interested in local fauna, or very end of this, I'll let you in a script before I sell it to you. There's a little bit of information on some giant folk over in the eastern part of this, your fancy, a mere 25 gold."
Hmm. Would you be willing to part for the fauna scroll at 20 gold?
I'm already giving you a heavy discount as a hero of Sandpoint. If I go any farther, I wouldn't be able to call myself a respectable business.
I suppose I'll take the riddle part scroll.
Well, please come over to my desk and we will finalize this transaction.
I give him the 15 gold to buy the scroll.
Okay. And he'll take the gold from you and ask, "Is there anything I can help you with? Anything else I can help you with?"
No, nothing more. Thank you for your time.
Then I bid you a farewell, and I hope to see you once again at the Feathered Serpent. Bows.
And I bow back. And then I go back to the inn and spend the rest of the day looking down a scroll real good. Just go good old once over.
Okay. Yeah, there's like quite a bit of writing on this. It's probably actually kind of hard to read. So it's definitely going to take some time because it's like very small and it looks like maybe like rushed writing, or maybe just the person was really bad because it's kind of hard to to read. But I mean, the contents hold within it what he explained.
All right.
You're interested in like a practical way to lay out a city, then this is the perfect piece for you.
All right. Well, I'm certain this will come in handy.
Eventually, I wouldn't be surprised.
Pretty much my day.
What about Aradel?
So the goblins that had attacked, we learned were from Thistletop.
Yeah, they were part of the Thistletop tribe, which is the biggest tribe around here.
Airedale will investigate further into the tribe, try and figure out like where they're from, come up with some kind of plan to deal with them.
Well, how are you going to go about doing this?
I guess I need a map of the area and maybe like maybe I'll talk to the captain of the guard if see if he has any knowledge of the tribe.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a very grim-looking man named Sheriff Hemlock. Him right here. He is a Shanti fellow, which is a bit of news for those that don't know. There's never been a Shanti sheriff in Sandpoint. The Shanti people are the natives to this land. They've always been Varisian in the past.
Are they the nomads?
Yes, but both Varisians and Shanti are nomadic. They're just different flavors.
Okay.
They're just the tribal people, effectively. And you would have been in contact with him. He's talked with you multiple times about the goings on within town. One of the two people that's requested, like ask all of the heroes of stay in town, even though not all of them have. And yeah, no, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
you ask 8 strangers if they want to stay in town. Not all of them said yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you wanted to go talk to him?
Yeah, I'll track down Hemlock.
Yeah, then and I guess it just depends on what time of day you're doing it. Like if you're gonna go early in the morning, you'd be able to catch him at the garrison, depending on his shift. But even
early
if you
to
couldn't,
rise, early to bed, something, and rested.
yeah, some kind of thing like that I definitely
Yeah.
feel like I heard at some point. Okay, yeah, so you go over to the garrison, which is on the northwest side of town. And at the main gate there are guards.
Gentlemen, I require an audience with Hemlock.
One of them looks down at you, a slightly older looking fellow than his compatriot standing to the left of him. And he says, "Do you have any official business with the sheriff this morning?"
Well, he has requested that I remain in town, so perhaps he would grant me a moment of his time.
No, of course, but I meant an appointment.
Well, where would I book an appointment?
And then the like younger fellow next to him, you just see this like irritated, like somewhat annoyed expression pop up on his face, and he's like, "He meant, did you talk with Hemlock about coming in this morning?"
When would I have talked with him about coming in?
Yesterday, day
No.
before, the day before that, maybe
But
even the day before that.
If I had come to talk to him yesterday about seeing him today, and you asked me if I had an appointment, how would I have ever have seen him?
I don't work every shift, man.
I just scream Hemlock. Hemlock!
And the older man's like, don't scream. You're never gonna get to him. I'll be back. Just give me a few moments.
The people of this age.
Oh, that was comedy gold right there. It's like the start of a very good sitcom.
And like, unless you talk to the younger fellow up in the scaffolding, like he's just gonna like look down at you with this like vaguely depressed expression that looks kind of disinterested. Not gonna say anything to you. He's just gonna watch.
I have to stand here for another 7 hours, bro. Leave me alone.
Yeah, and like 10 minutes later, you see the main gate open up, and Sheriff Hemlock, who's normally in like his light chainmail, comes out in like just regular clothing, and he's like, seems a little I don't know, out of place, because normally he's dressed up in his regular like work clothes basically, and he seems like he didn't have much time to get ready. Like his hair doesn't look the best. Then again, you haven't seen him without chainmail on, so maybe this is just how his hair normally looks. And you see like part of his shirt isn't tucked in. He comes out kind of readjusting his shirt. Like, I heard one of the heroes of Sandpoint wanted to talk. I'm sorry for the way I look. I got out here as quickly as I could. I just got off shift a few hours ago.
Oh, my apologies. When's a better time to contact you, Hemlock? In future.
Well, with the chaos that we've been dealing with, the aftermath of the attack, it seems that I rarely ever get to sleep for more than a few hours, so there really isn't a perfect moment right now.
Well, I just wanted to confer with you about, the plans moving forward with the Thistletop problem.
Of course, please come in. We can go talk in my office.
I give a nod to the disshuffled guard.
Yeah, I think actually like he'll nod back at you, and like a few moments later you see like the older fellow come back up on the scaffolding with his younger and Hemlock kind of like getting an answer from you. He just kind of like turns around and is like, if you'd follow me.
And I'll follow behind.
Yeah. And he's not the kind of person that's gonna make small talk, generally speaking. So until you get to the office, he'll remain silent.
Mm-hmm.
Probably see him like rub his eyes once you guys like get inside the main building. And when you get into his office, he like opens the door up for you, lets you come in first, gesturing towards like one of the few seats in front of his desk. He says, "Please sit down."
We'll take a seat.
And you see him go over to like the fireplace that he has his office, and there's a pot resting over it that he pulls off, and he's like, I find that a little bit of tea in the morning helps me. Are you a fan of honeydew?
Of course.
One moment then. He like walks a couple feet away to where you see he has a few cups, flips them over and starts pouring, and he's like, "Do you want to talk about the Thistletop goblins?"
Yeah. Do we have an idea of where they situate?
I mean, they live on Thistletop. That's what you mean.
Is there a map of the area I could have a look at? Do you have?
Of course. You see the little table over to your right over there? One of those scrolls, that should be the one you're looking for. Has a few little tatters on the bottom right edge.
I'll go try and find it while he makes tea.
Okay. And you see him like pouring it, and then he's Yeah, and there is a map of Berisia, and when you open that up, it's the one described, and on the inside there's a smaller scroll rolled up within it that is a map of this.
So I'll lay out the scroll on a nearby table if I can find one with enough space.
Yeah, so his desk is actually like relatively clear. There's just a propped up stand with a piece of parchment on it, and then like a quill and inkwell next to it, and that's it. It's a relatively nice desk, but it just doesn't have anything on it. Probably because he puts a bunch of shit like that on there regularly.
So Hemlock, I must say, the chances of the goblins attacking again are very high. I think we should go on the counteroffensive.
I don't know how much time you've been cruising around Sandpoint, but we don't have the manpower for that.
What of the heroes of Sandpoint? Weren't there eight of us?
I think if it only took 8 men and women to destroy the 5 goblin tribes within this area, it would have been done by now.
Well, 8 exceptional men and women.
Are you suggesting, and he says this with a little bit of a smile as he brings the tea over, that there aren't 8 exceptional men or women in Sandpoint?
No, but perhaps 8 farmers isn't going to get the job done. 8 warriors might.
You see that trademark scowl of his come back? He says, if you want to throw your lives at the 5 tribes within our region, then feel free to, but don't expect any help from the town. We'll be short 8. He like cracks the slightest like bit from his trademark scowl. Kind of hard to pick up what it is, but you can tell it falters from good men and women. Well, make preparations if all of you are going to be gone.
How would we get to the? How would we? Do I actually have a map of this place?
Yeah, so the fucking problem with this, like, there are maps you can go look in the images, but
Yeah.
finding Thistletop on any of them specifically is not something you're gonna get. It's
Right.
in the Nettlewood, which you should
Okay.
see on the Verisia.
Well, Hemlock, is there an expert of the Nettlewood that you can direct me to that I can speak with?
We have a few hunters that come in season. We'll wait for one of them to show up. We normally get one every few months.
All right. Any chance I can get a copy of this map?
If you were to go buy one down at the Curious Goblin,
Right. All right. I won't take any more of your time.
have a wonderful day.
You as well. Sorry to wake you.
It's fine. I have my tea now, and he kind of just like do a weak wave.
And I'll head back and try and find Dalen, see what he's up to.
My understanding, he was kind of having a decent day, just chilling.
He's reading all day. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go hang out with him for the rest of the day.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and if you want to buy a map, the regular price for a map, it's actually not that bad if I remember correctly. I think it's 50 gold.
Yeah, not that bad, eh?
Dude, that's like the price of a high-end fossil.
I don't know where everybody else is getting all their gold from, but I'm a level 1 adventurer.
I would have bought the other skull if I had enough gold for it.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to talk him down on the price.
You know, pretty much every store you go to, you get offered a discount in Standpoint Heroes of.
Mhm.
He's just one of the few people that hasn't been like, I'm gonna give you a discount before he talks. Okay, then obviously, like if you would like to, Calvin, we can have Anamara roll us like a knowledge nature check with like a +2. Want to learn some more about the local fauna.
Okay.
And you could also do knowledge geography if you want to get a better understanding of where the things are that you couldn't quite place yesterday. I would also give you a +2 on that.
All right. That's weird that saying I'm untrained in nature because I am trained in it.
Yeah, I don't know if that was you last week that was having a problem with that, but I do remember sometime in the last week for someone else it was saying untrained even though trained.
Yeah, it's just as if for knowledge nature, not for knowledge geography, so it's strange.
Yeah, I
But,
have no clue. Maybe it's like a spelling thing, some difference in the way it's spelled.
Not anymore. Not
Okay.
not that I can tell.
Maybe like try taking a point out of it and clicking on something else and then back in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think like your knowledge of the plant life that she's using is already about on par after your expedition yesterday. But it's always nice to have a refresher, right?
Yeah.
And the load, like, you still have, unfortunately, like, you still have about the same understanding of where everything is relative to Sandpoint. Like, you have vague areas. You think, like, if I go in this direction, I'll be able to find it somewhere around this part of the wood.
Okay.
Yeah. Better than yesterday, but only by 20%.
Whoa.
Or 10%, sorry. Because I'm pretty sure you got a 9 last time, if I remember correctly.
Maybe I can't remember, but
Yeah, basically you get
Okay.
back after like hanging out with Hannah for the day, like a few hours before the theater opens up. So pretty much just in time that like if you want to, you could go get like a meal and like maybe change out of your clothes if you want to and head over to the theater.
yeah, that sounds good. Let's get cleaned up and then head over.
Okay. And today, unlike the past few days, you guys aren't gonna have to like do any major practice sessions. Obviously, people are like warming up and whatnot. But this might be like a good time for the last of the heroes of Sandpoint that are in the play and haven't met to introduce themselves to each other. I do want to talk to you guys about one thing. And this comes down to like each group and like what kind of like things are going to go on with the session. I was wondering if you wanted Armand to be with you like throughout the day. He like, and I'd be willing to have him talk with you, but generally speaking he is the quieter sort, which is why I think it would like fine with more people than not. So I'm just kind of wondering if you want him, like, in what capacity you want him around, from not at all to full on, you know, interaction. um, just like because I'm gonna have him participate in all the things you guys are doing throughout the day, at least some of the easier stuff. But like, I guess the big question is like, how much interaction do you guys want to have with him, and do you want him to help you if like when scenarios come up where like any kind of dice would be rolled?
Is that Matt's character?
Yes. This was a question for everyone.
Yeah.
I leave it up to the DM's discretion just how much interaction Daily would have with characters whose players aren't available. Personally,
I mean, that's fair, and that's generally how I do it, but I'm asking because I want to know how your guys' opinions are when it comes to that kind of stuff, because I don't want to do something to, like, an extent or in a capacity which you won't be happy with.
yeah.
Makes no difference to me right now.
Okay. Then, yeah. Like, either way, I was going to have Amon at the theater, so if any of you want to chat with him, I think he would, like, be hanging out with Anamara a little bit, obviously. Even though you guys all have, like, separate places you guys are setting up because you're all parts of different scenes. But he would obviously come in and, like, you know, politely say hi to all of the stars of the show, all of his co-stars.
Would Dalen and Aradel have separate stages since we did kind of arrive to Sandpoint together?
Did you guys participate in the fight together?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. How big was the fight?
It was
Like,
across
how
the entirety
widespread?
of the town.
Oh, well, I guess we would have kind of just split up to kind of cover as much ground as possible.
Okay, then your scenes can be separate. Then. Yeah, if you guys weren't doing the same stuff, separate.
That's cool with you, Aradel.
Yeah, yeah.
Solid.
Okay, cool. Then your scenes would be separate, and like I said, Amand would go around and say hi to all his co-stars. Not a very chatty fellow in general, though, unless you want to talk about stabbing things with tridents or the sea.
Stabbing things with the sea.
Yeah, just blur them together. He's gonna take out the middleman. He'll just use the sea as his weapon. Imagine since he's an Ifrit, it would just be him pouring salt water on his skin while it's underneath you. Okay. Then we will get to the part where I make you guys all explain your scenes from the Battle of Sandpoint. For those of you that don't know, the title of this play is The Heroes of Sandpoint, A Tale of Lost Love. And it has three main focuses. One is like all of the heroes, like obviously the broad one that covers a big chunk of the story is all of the heroes of Sandpoint and how they help the people of town. But that's a big emphasis. And then another one is there's a love triangle between two of the heroes of Sandpoint and a woman they both know. So that's another plot point. And the third one is actually like the tragedy itself is like almost a caricature of the, like, there's a focus on the town not only as a setting, if that makes sense. So I guess the question is, who wants to go first? And if there's no immediate answer, I will follow it up with initiative checks.
Oh boy.
Sounds like initiative.
Anamara can go first. Again.
Okay, then this would be the perfect time to describe what Anamara looks like and the scene for which she is recreating. That, if you want, can be influenced by the charisma check that you will roll before you start doing all of this.
Okay. All right. Oof. Not
Nice.
great.
That was a
All right. So Anamara, average height, average person looking, brown hair and green eyes. She'll walk up to the like her scene was her helping out with the rest of the heroes of Sandpoint that she was involved with during that fight, and I think she's a little nervous. She knows that there's actually people watching today versus the past couple days. It's all been practice, so she's been feeling okay. But she's got a little bit of stage fright, and so she misses the cue a couple times on the say lines or maybe trips when she's walking, like move across the stage. She trips or something like that, I'd say. So,
Okay. I like it.
yeah.
Let's get Dalen's scene description.
Okay, first, you want me to start with what I look like?
Yeah.
All right. Dalen is in his early 20s, a relatively average-looking human with short brown hair, small stubble at the end of his chin, relatively toned body, while not particularly in the arms and strength department. Definitely looks like he can take a punch or two, and fair skinned for someone who's adventures a lot. And his scene is okay. Wait, first I probably need to roll performance, don't I?
That's always a good idea.
Where is the performance I was looking for and I couldn't find it? In the skills.
It'll be in skills, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for it and I couldn't find it.
It might not have a. You might not have. It's just a charisma check.
Okay, yeah, I could just roll straight charisma check then. If that's all right.
I also don't have a perform.
Yeah, it's straight up charisma.
Okay. He tries his best to explain as soon as he enters into town. He fights off a group of goblins that was harassing a young woman and her 2 toddler children. But he does it in a way that almost makes it sound like he's helping the goblins rather than fighting them, and just kind of trips over his own words. But a little bit better than the way Anamara did, but not much better. It makes it sound almost as if he saved them by accident. Well, while not meaning to. And then he just kind of, as soon as he finishes explaining, he just kind of ducks in a very shy, embarrassed manner, walks off stage.
God damn it, we're adventurers, not performers.
We need a bard.
He is cursing at himself in Draconic along the way.
I bet that sounds amazing. Okay, let's get Everdell's.
Oh no. This button.
Oh god.
Erdell's completely phoned it in. He comes out on stage, like barely lifts his faux sword. Slays one of the 2 goblins. Yells at the other one. And turns to the crowd and just bows and walks away. Aridel's a very tall human. He's got broad shoulders, but he's like he's seemingly fragile. He's got a very youthful face that kind of seems like he hasn't seen a lot in his life, but his hands and his body reveal the wear and tear of like the hardship and training that he's been through. Bop, bop, bop.
I didn't think about it until just now, but like everyone in the party is super fucking young.
Yeah, we're all untrained adventurers. Is it
Yeah.
untrained?
Yeah. Like the
Unseasoned.
only person who might not be, which I doubt it, is Armin, just because that's one of the few things Matt never nailed down.
I rolled a 1 on my age and then just added some numbers to it afterwards.
What's the point of rolling if you're gonna add numbers?
All right, fine. I'm 17 then. Like,
Okay, let's see how just for the sake of it. You know what? And like you don't need to do a great check. Like in the case of this play, like just getting a 10 or higher is enough to be passable. So I don't think Dalen did as maybe as bad as you were interpreting it. At least for you guys, like nobody's expecting the heroes of Sandpoint to be like professional performers like most of the crew. And I think Amon does like a good enough job of running around and pretending to stab goblins with a fake trident. And like in this case, all of the goblins are like a mixture of like halflings, gnomes, and small children. So you just see them going around stabbing like 4 or 5 of these guys with like a bunch of like background scenery that just looks like down in the harbor, and you see a bunch of like fake paper, that like paper mache, like fake blood that you see in some of like the like cheaper theaters you'd go to. See him all pulling that out as he's running around in this fake harbor stabbing people.
Oh, imagine if one of us had gotten a nat 1 and accidentally stabbed one of them for real.
I brought a real sword on stage by accident and
Oh
killed,
God!
stabbed a kid.
Oh,
Oh God!
you went from hero to villain really quick.
The real tragedy of the play.
Calvin, would you like to recount Anamara's first day of practice?
Oh, she threw a real bomb, and it was not really not great. She didn't injure anyone, she thinks, but she was scolded pretty hardly about that.
Oh my God! I love it, dude. Well, Dalen, that was an absolute disaster. Shall we go get some dinner?
I wholeheartedly agree.
Oh, something worthy of note, Anamara. You do see Aldern Foxglove at like the very front row with all his manservants, and like as soon as your scene comes up, he's like stands up and starts like cheering for you after it like finishes. Which, I mean, a lot of people are cheering, but he's like going really hard at it, like clapping as fast and loud as he can and like yelling your name out. And to like a slightly lesser degree, the rest of the heroes of Sandpoint get this.
We could just pretend that the whole play was a comedy, and then all of us did a great job.
It was a very tragic comedy.
Yeah, I definitely say it's like more of a comedy than a tragedy, even though there is that focus on the love triangle. Because a lot of it, like the idea behind the play was to bring good, happy feelings to everyone and kind of make light of the situation. That's probably why the whole thing is being shown like a play was made within 5 days of this thing happening and is now having its first opening night, right? So this was put out pretty freaking quick. Cedric is a great playwright, but he had to put a lot of extra effort into this one.
The greatest writer in the world could not make me an actor.
That's true. It's true. Yeah, and after the show, all of the cast, goes out on stage, does a traditional bow, and then all of them go off stage, to either side, and most of the performers are going to go out front and kind of like indulge the crowd. I guess my question is, after after basically the entirety of the cast goes around complimenting each other and talking about the play, are you guys gonna stick around for that? Are you just gonna head off right away? Or are you gonna go up front and go talk to a bunch of the viewers of the play? What are you guys up to?
I think Dalen's going to get to know some of the other heroes a little better. I'll probably start with Anamara. I walk up to her and I go, "Oh, that was interesting."
Yeah, I messed up a couple. Sorry, you did really well though.
I don't know about that.
Well, everyone's their own worst critic.
That's very
It
true,
happens.
very true. So pray tell, what exactly, what kind of specialty are you in?
Oh, I kind of dawdle around with different chemistries and that stuff. Just kind of basic just trying to figure out what's happening.
Fascinating,
Um,
fascinating.
Been really into looking for some ancient Thessalonian artifacts. Been a lot of just digging through research and that stuff, and
Can
words of
I
whispers on the rumors.
can I ask you a quick question? Are you a scholar of ancients?
I am.
Oh, Norway? That is quite
the,
fascinating.
the whole party took scholar of ancients straight. uh, sorry, out of character.
How's that for coincidence?
Not
That's
the whole
amazing.
party. Not the whole party. Amand is not a scholar of ancients. He is
that's
what some men
amazing.
would call a giant slayer.
Let's just speak it. Do we speak that? We don't speak Thessalonian. We just read and write it, right? Oh, that
No,
would
it
have been
gives you it as a
amazing.
language.
No, I have it as a language.
Yeah, civil language.
Okay, we just speak Thessalonian from now on, and nobody is ever gonna know what's happening.
It's most of the party's secret language.
It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
It's
Until
their
you
own
piss
version
off
of
Amand and he accidentally burns your hand the next time you try and shake it.
He's the only one who can't speak Thessalonian.
Why you fucks always trying to speak behind my back?
Oh, we're gonna have so much fun with this.
This is great.
Yeah.
Sorry, continue. I apologize.
No worries. And so what have you been up to? I haven't seen you very much around. I've seen you in the tavern a couple, but I haven't seen you up in the town very often.
I mostly keep to my studies. I guess you could say, I'm far more into the scholarly aspects of life than most people would find themselves in. Being a man of arcane ability, I've taken to learning as much about it as possible.
Oh, that's always good. You should know how things work. You don't want to willy-nilly throw things around and hope that.
I hope so. At this point, Dalen just starts scanning the backstage for any sign of a drink. Preferably
There are
alcoholic.
drinks back there, but if you're talking alcoholic, all you're gonna find is cheap wine.
Ugh.
Is there an after party?
Yes. Actually, the entirety of the crew has been invited, and most of them are going to the Rusty Dragon, the place that all of you are staying at.
Oh, I'll go. I'll go find Dalen and tell him the exciting news. You know that place we spent all of our time?
Yes.
There's a party there. Would you like to? Would you like to go to the after party at the Rusty Dragon?
Shouldn't hurt nothing. Sure, why not?
Oh, greetings. I'm Aradel. I believe we've met briefly during rehearsal. Speaking to Anamara.
Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Anamara.
Did you hear there's an after party at the Rusty Dragon Inn?
Oh, well, that sounds good. I had to go there
Fe-
anyways to sleep, so might as well go
Feigning
that
excitement.
too.
Yeah. Well, there should be some food and drink, if nothing else.
Oh, great.
Both would be very welcome.
I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm gonna skip the crowd fair this evening. And I'm gonna leave out the back way and head back to the Rusty Dragon.
Okay.
I guess I'll just I'll follow Everdell. I'll look.
I
I'll-
think.
Go
Go
ahead.
for it.
I was gonna
No,
say.
you go.
I was gonna say I'll look to Erdamar and say, "Meet you back at the tavern."
All right, I'll see you guys there. I'm gonna go out front. Just want to say hi to a couple people that I've recognized in the crowd. So
Okay, have fun.
thanks. And so Anamara will go, kind of walk through the crowd. She's not very good at thanking people. She's a little timid by it all, but she did, because she felt enthused by the practice, she kind of like tags along with some of the other actors that walk through the crowd and that stuff. And she'll leave out the front.
Sorry, can you go over that one more time?
She'll Anamara will leave through the front, but she's like kind of tagging along with one of the other actors that was in the play.
Okay, yeah,
just
if
to,
you
like,
try going out
as
the
they
front,
leave.
there's like basically like a small group where like most of the actors are, and they're like chatting with the like performers. So like you'd either have to be part of that or kind of like go through it.
She would be part of it. She'd
Okay.
kind of join in with it.
Yeah, okay. Then you'd basically just get like 30 different people that would be kind of mothballed around your crew, just like complimenting you guys and asking you questions, just stuff like that, and basically just trying to spend time with you guys because you guys did a really good job. And obviously Aldern's there. Like as soon as you come up stage, like Aldern like throws his hand up in the air. He's like, Anamara, over here, please, and he like starts moving his way through the crowd towards you.
She'll say, hi Aldrin, how are you?
I'm doing amazing. That was a wonderful performance. Sorry, I'm tripping over myself. You did amazing. I'm so glad I decided to stay a few extra days just for that one scene. That was beautiful.
Well, thank you very much. I thought they did the portrayal of you a little bad in the play. They kind of made you cower a little bit more than I thought, but I thought the scene was very well done.
Whoever played me was doing it perfectly. It was fairly comedic. I enjoyed it. Oh, and please, I got these for you. And you see him like snap his fingers above the crowd a couple times, and you see one of his manservants come up with like a bouquet of wild flowers. I had the hand-picked for you this morning.
Well, thank you very much. She'll accept the flowers.
They're like some yellow and blue wildflowers that grow around a few of the clearings in Sandpoint.
Okay.
Like,
Thank you very much, Aldern.
You're welcome, man. Anything I could do for one of the heroes of Sandpoint. And I would once again like to extend the final courtesy I will be able to before I leave. I was under the impression that all of you are heading over to the Rusty Dragon. I would love to, and his voice booms up at this point. I'm just not going to do it much because I don't want to like yell into your guys' ears. He's like, I would like to extend an invite to every member within this theater. Dinner is on me. Let us go live a life of luxury at the Rusty Dragon and party until all of our bellies are full and all of our minds are clear. And a bunch of people start cheering. He's like, one cheer for the heroes of Sandpoint, and then they start cheering even louder. Like at this point, the viewers are like practically hysterical with joy. Give me a will save, Anamara.
A will save?
Yeah.
Okay. My strong suit.
Yeah. I'm gonna say that, like, while you might not have the same level of enthusiasm, you definitely, like, there's something compelling you to be more enthusiastic than you normally would be.
Okay.
Roll will save versus mob mentality.
Yeah. That's the point we're at in this game. And he like as the crowd is like, most of the crowd starts heading that way, he'll just tag along with you. Like, obviously you let him, he's gonna continue to fanboy over you.
Yeah. She'll let him. At some point she'll probably like talk him down, be like, okay, Aldern, I'm very glad, but I didn't do super well in the play, so there were other heroes. Don't forget about them. You should definitely provide them with just as much enthusiastic enthusiasm as you have provided me.
No, you're, of course, you're right. I'm sorry. I know I can get overwhelming sometimes. Give me some time. Once we get to the Rusty Dragon, you're right. It's remiss. I'm forgetting my duties. I need to go express the joy, excitement I have for all the other heroes.
Okay. Not to worry about it. So
pretty much, like, any time, like, that he's interacting with you, Anamara, like, the way he behaves is more intense and even maybe slightly more out of character. Just because, like, you are very clearly the hero of Sandpoint in his eyes. Seeing as, you know, you were the one around when he got saved, and you're the one he's talked to the most. And
yeah.
Probably doesn't hurt that you're female.
Makes sense.
But yeah, once you get to the Rusty Dragon, there's already a bunch of people in there. And Aldern Foxglove, you see him, he goes and talks to Umiko. She seems to get very excited, and then she actually pours a couple things of ale, hands one to Foxglove, and she lifts one up really high behind her front counter and says, Foxglove says meals are on him tonight. Everyone get ready for the finest spiced tuna and salmon in the entire city. And then she, like, see her look around. She's like, town! And then after that moment of hesitation, the crowd begins to cheer once again. And there's actually two tables that have been smushed together. There's actually like two sets of these, so like four tables basically that are just filled with performers. And there are some seats that, like, all of you can go take once you get to the Rusty Dragon.
I'll make sure there's a spot where me and Aradel can sit together, because we're the only two people who know each other. Or he's the only person I know in this entire tavern.
I mean, like, it might be like character-wise that, but like, should know your other performers and like
Yeah,
at least
we've
know
been here
who
for
the
a
other
week.
heroes are.
That's true. I keep under the mentality it was just arrives. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
But yeah, I'm just gonna take a seat. Maybe sit next to one of the other heroes or something.
I'm still gonna try and grab a seat somewhere near Dalen.
Okay.
that's across the table or like beside you or something.
Okay.
I know these other people, but you are my friend.
That's fair. You have only been working with them for like 3 days.
I think Anamara would sit down near these two, in the seat as well.
Okay.
Like, because the actors, like, she's been working with the actors, but she doesn't know them as well as like other people, I guess. And
Humans.
she'd wave over Armand as well. To
You actually see him occupied with 2 younger ladies that you saw in the crowd at some point.
okay.
So like he's in like on the long, basically the long table that you guys have, but you see that he has like 2 very attractive young women, one on each of his legs.
Leg? Oh, okay. Never mind. Lap.
Yeah, like they're resting on his lap, basically.
I'm sorry. My mind went somewhere else.
He's a popular one.
Indeed.
Well, he is an attractive man.
I heard that the ladies were into the bad boys.
And to be fair, he had one of the better performances when compared to the other heroes of Sandpoint. But I think like when you do try and wave him over, he kind of just like with this big stupid grin on his face just kind of looks at the 2 women that he's like basically holding on to right now.
out of character, was he the one with the daughter in the basement?
Wait,
No,
what?
no.
I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
Yes, we
I
both
think I
did.
missed something too.
No, Anamari, remember with Lothar? That's what he's referencing. Where the
Oh
shopkeep-
yeah.
Yeah, so the general goods store is run by this man named Ven Vinder, and one of his daughters, her name's Shaylis, like 3 days ago, basically went up to one of the heroes of Sandpoint and was like, "Oh no, there's some like rats in my cellar, and we need to get rid of them. Could you please help me?" And then she like tried to seduce him in her basement.
Yeah, she was the rat in the cellar.
Oh.
And then her dad came down shortly after. Lothar was like, "Yeah, this sounds like a great idea."
Okay.
Yeah, so he's actually one of the heroes that stayed in town. He's a local, and he was performing tonight, but he's honestly like real big douchebag.
Small town girls, man. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. So he's not at the table with you guys. I would say he probably left after the play finished.
Mm-hmm.
No, Amand is Matt's trident wielding Ifrit character.
Right.
Who most people, most of the heroes of Sandpoint haven't really interacted with. Anamara is the primary one, but he's talked to a few. Obviously, he like said hi to you guys, but that was more just like a curse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I immediately go and immediately once they start serving out drinks, I ask for their most highest quality stuff.
Yeah, so there's actually 2 drinks that would be offered in that case, depending on whether or not you're feeling like getting shit-faced. Their most common drink is a spiced rum that is like intentionally paired with the spiced salmon, which is the most popular dish in town, like getting the spiced rum and salmon. But if you want to get shit-faced, they have some dwarven fire water that's very expensive.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
oh no.
I'll stick to the rum and salmon, thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's what most people are going to be having.
Is there a weaker ale?
Yeah, you can get just like, well, and there's a bunch of different drinks actually at the Rusty Dragon. The only one that can really compete in town in any capacity is the White Deer. Actually has a few more drinks, but there's actually like 4 different ales you can get.
Yeah, I'll just have a nice weak ale.
Yeah.
With some hearty, something hearty.
Yeah, there's like a nice dry ale brought up from Magnamar that a lot of people actually drinking, so that's probably the best call. I always thought that was a weird way to describe a drink. The dry ale.
Dry, yeah. Well,
Right.
beer classically is sweet.
Yeah. I'm honestly not like when it comes to alcohol, at least for me personally, I'm more of like a vodka or a gin fellow. I really like my mixed drinks, especially. They're fruity. Like just beer for me doesn't really do it.
I'm also a vodka drinker, just no sugar.
I do enjoy it, but I find myself drinking it less and less the older I get. I like mixed drinks more now just because I can drink, like, because if I have a drink in my hand, I will not stop drinking it. And that doesn't really work with vodka, I found.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I think there's effectively just a giant party going on tonight. And I guess the question becomes, do you guys want to use this as a set piece for conversation? It kind of sounds like you guys were lining that up. Or is this just more of you guys want to party together?
I'm taking it as a chance to get to know the others in a more personal manner. More personally.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're in the same spot we were just a few moments ago. Amon has basically politely, without any words, expressed the fact that he's going to be very busy tonight, and it is Animara, Dalen, and Aridel sitting with each other at this long table.
I look at Animara and I go, by the way, I'm if you don't mind me asking, what kind of a relationship do you have with the man who paid for all of this? I noticed he was particularly
Overbearing. Airtel interrupts.
yes.
Oh, I don't really have much of a relationship, I guess it would be. It was just when we were fighting the goblins that during the attack, he was kind of cowering and hiding away, and so I kind of ran out of use, so I kind of went over there to try and like protect and like comfort him, while the rest of the other heroes around me handled the rest of the goblins. So
Oh.
I don't know.
Surely your
He's just a
usefulness has
fan.
no limitation.
Well, it's tough when you run out of bombs to throw. So
Yeah.
I suppose that makes sense to an extent.
Never really had any bombs to throw.
yeah.
I've had a couple of moments where I would run out of some of my stronger spells, and I'll have to resort to the weaker arcane forces that I have at my disposal. So I guess I understand to
Well,
an extent.
that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
You should both get a sword. You can just swing it until you collapse.
Well, those are pretty heavy. I don't know if I could swing it very well or not. So
Just
Yeah.
train. You just train every day with the sword from 6 until 8 in the morning. A couple hours.
well, I'll have to look into that one day.
Okay.
I've tried
that
it
picking up
before.
properly?
Aridel's
Yeah,
lent
there
me
we go.
his weapon once,
Boom.
and let's just say it didn't roll over so well.
Yeah. Oh, that's always tough to do.
You'll be a master swordsman soon. Hopefully I will as well. Smiles.
I look up and I go, another round?
Yeah, I mean, I think another round is always going to be an option tonight. Like Aldern Foxglove is paying for it, and drinks will be brought out to you quickly as possible.
So, I've been meaning to talk to you guys actually. I haven't been able to locate Thistletop on a map. It seems to be, according to the sheriff, located somewhere in the Nettlewoods. But in a
Yeah.
perhaps in a less formal situation, we should discuss perhaps plans to do something about it.
It doesn't
Yeah.
sound like a bad idea.
Well, from what I know of it, it's on an island, and it's a lot of goblins. So, like, I don't know if we need to worry about them. If what we could do is maybe just break all their boats or their bridges. We don't have to
That
kill them as much, right?
that would be a great idea.
Yeah. Then we don't have to go kill anyone. We can just hinder their progress for a little bit, hopefully.
So I think they're
'Cause-
about like 5 or 6 miles away in the Nettlewood.
Okay. Would Anamara know where Thistletop is?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah. So if you have your map out, she would kind of like she'd like, oh well, I kind of know where it is.
I can't
If
afford a
you-
map.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh yeah, that's right.
I am
I
of
think
the
I have a
poor.
general idea. So I could probably guide us there if we needed to go there. So, but when I talked to the sheriff about it, he didn't seem too worried about the about it too much. So, yeah.
If I've learned anything of evil in my lifetime, it never rests.
Yeah. There are other goblin tribes too. It's not just these ones that we have to worry about. So,
I think at least taking care
Is-
of the ones that pose the biggest threat might send a warning to the other tribes that Sandpoint is not a place to be trifled with.
yeah, I guess we could do that. Sounds fine.
Would we know exactly the number of goblins the Thistletop tribe holds?
I think Anamara, if you gave me like a knowledge local check, I might be able to give you like a approximation.
I'm not trained in knowledge local, so
Yeah. Like, are either of our other 2 adventurers here trained in it?
Nope. I got history, but that's not. Gonna be
Yeah,
useful
then the
here.
only alternative would be like maybe if you did like a knowledge history, I could give you like numbers they've generally possessed in the past. Nothing current, but like general understanding basically.
That
Okay.
might help.
I have that.
Should we both roll or just him?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a good.
I was just gonna roll for that one.
I was asking Kate Jacob if we should both roll.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
It was on the 20 for the longest time.
Intelligence-based character.
Which are always the best.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so with it being like the biggest tribe and the strongest one around here, it's hard to say. I would say just based on the number of losses they've had in town, like no one was like, hey, this is how many goblins died in town. But like generally speaking, when it comes to like larger goblin tribes, you can get up into like ridiculous amounts. I know that's like maybe a little vague, but like you could get in like a standing regular tribe, you could get up to like 100 goblins if the area is big enough to support it.
Hmm.
And normally
what-
when they get to that size is when they start accruing a lot of like if there's that many goblins, that's when you start getting like at least a 1-to-10 ratio for like your goblin dogs and other assorted pets.
Mhm.
So if there's 100 of them out there, don't be surprised if there's about 10 commandos, for which you guys have dealt with like a few.
Yeah.
Would that be a suitable, approximately suitable enough number for them to be brave enough to skirmish with entire townsfolk?
Okay, let's get one thing real clear about goblins. They did not do this out of bravery. Uh, that was not a motivation here. It was probably a combination of hatred, glee, and hunger. And it doesn't take much to prompt a goblin into thinking they can take on defenseless tall shanks.
Well, there is one more thing. Apparently, there's a hunter, or hunters. They normally check in at some point in time, and they should have much knowledge of the Nettlewood and Goblin tribes for us if we wanted to wait for one of them to come back. Not that we necessarily need to, do this right now. Just food for thought. Something to keep in mind that we might want to deal with these goblins.
Oh yeah. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Do you know when they're supposed to come back?
I wasn't given a time frame. No.
Okay. We can probably ask around and see if anyone's knows when they're back over the next day or two.
Perhaps perhaps there's someone in town that knows the hunters personally. We might be able to inquire.
Yeah. You could probably ask Amiko. She might know. She seems to know everyone in town. So
Who is Amiko?
she's the tavern owner for the Rusty Dragon.
Oh, right, of course.
Free room and board. What's your name again?
Daly's mind is always racing, so it's not easy for him to keep up with things like names.
I would love
Yeah.
to stay and party all night, but I have prayer and training in the morning. So I'm going to have to call it pretty soon.
I suppose I'll do the same, as I want to go ahead and get back to this scroll that I recently bought.
Oh,
Okay.
any leads? Any Thessalonian?
No, sadly, it's just a history on the earlier days of Riddleport.
Huh.
Huh.
Fascinating.
That's a
Not
pretty
much, but it
far
does make
place.
for a decent read.
Well, that's always good.
What do I know anything about Riddleport?
Not if you don't have knowledge local.
Knowledge local.
You know, it's one of the bigger towns in Varisia.
All right.
Also the most crime-ridden. Yeah, so Varisia, Magnamar, and Corvosa are the three big towns or cities. Varisia. Turtleport's up to the north, Magnamar in the west, and Corvosa to the southeast. Okay, then yeah, you guys continue to party on for the remainder of the night, and it sounds like most of you clocking out a little bit earlier than the majority of the party. It's gonna go well into the night. Like, I don't expect it to be hella late. Like maybe like 9 or 10 at night, like a 3-hour party basically. Before like as most people are getting away, that's when like the last of the more enthusiastic patrons leave, and everyone returns to their homes and or in rooms. Like,
Okay.
this might seem kind of weird, but I'm curious. What kind of like routine, if any, do you guys have before bed?
Well, Dalen likes to keep up with his books. He does a little bit of practice with his spells, just kind of making sure he keeps his muscle memory with those intact, and then basically just kind of dozes off with a book.
Just maintain equipment. Clean my armor. Clean my sword. Make sure it's sharpened. Although I currently don't have a whetstone on me, which is fine because it's not seeing much use.
Gotta make sure equipment's in good shape before you go to bed. You don't earn it until then.
Yeah, yeah. And then get everything all nice and sorted and go to bed with my sword under my pillow.
Animar just kind of goes through and make sure everything's cleaned. And in the morning, it's more in the mornings that she'll prep everything than at night. So
Okay. So Dalen, you're sleeping, right? And like sometime during the night, you hear a loud banging on your door.
I get up and I basically just call out, "Who is it?"
Dalen, it's Sheriff Hemlock. I need you to meet me on the second floor of the town hall in a few moments. I'm gonna get the rest of the heroes a Sandpoint. Meet me quickly. Then you hear like someone running off.
I just kind of gather my things and start to meet up with the rest of them downstairs.
Aradel and Amara, you get the same spew. Probably a little bit quicker.
Sheriff, can you tell us what's up, or why we have to meet in the second floor of the town hall?
That's where the mayor's office is. Just do it quickly. And he like runs. He's like saying that last part as he's running off.
I jump out of bed and open my door when it gets banged on.
Okay, then yeah, he'd say it to your face. I need you to meet me at the town hall quickly.
Somebody's waking me up and ruining my morning prayers.
It's not even morning. It's probably like a few hours after you guys went to bed.
Well, ruining my future morning prayers.
Like fucking midnight. He's running through the second story of the inn trying to wake up the heroes of Sandpoint.
Do I have any of that honeydew left? No, I'm kidding. I'll don my armor. It's gonna take me like 5 minutes or something.
Okay.
Don't need armor when you're a mage.
I'm not a mage.
I mean, you're a paladin, so you're a pseudo caster.
Someday.
Oh, Ooh.
He is not a caster. He is a conduit for the divine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Guess that's semantic.
It takes me 4 minutes. Oh
Damn.
no. Oh, I could do it in 2 minutes if someone came and helped. That takes me 4 minutes.
Well, it looks like you guys are gonna have to do this ambush at the town hall without Aradel. Or sorry, Aradel.
I kind of wait for like a minute or so for Aradel. Then I remembered he needs to get he likes to get his armor set up, and it takes him a few. So I run up and kind of hasten his equipment with him.
There is no longer an exclamation mark at the end of my
Yeah, sorry, that was a run-on gag between the two of us because yesterday I couldn't tell if the L at the end of his character's name was an exclamation mark or an L, and then he added an exclamation mark and kept
My
it.
parents were just really excited when I was born, so they put an exclamation mark at the end of my name. It's pronounced, oh no!
Kind of dumb, but every time I heard it, I don't like. Has anyone here played Horizon Zero Dawn?
No.
No.
There's a character in there named Aloy, and there's a lot of scenes of people going Aloy. So that's just what I imagined every time Aradel was brought up. Okay, and Anamara, I assume you're just gonna head over to the town hall as quickly as possible.
Yeah. My Discord had dropped. So she would go down to the common room and wait maybe a minute to see, or maybe not even a minute, but to see where the rest are. And if they don't show up within a few minutes, she would just go by herself and head over. So
yeah, I don't think there's anyone downstairs. Like they've either left to go to the town hall, or they're just not here, or they haven't gotten up.
yeah, she would just head by herself. Then
Takes me 2 minutes. Once Dalen comes and gets all the straps.
Oh yeah, Dalen, how many times have you donned armor in your life?
On myself or on other
On
people?
others.
Oh well, I don't know. I guess I mean, does Aradel count?
We've been doing it every day now for, however long we've known each other.
That's important. How long have you guys known each other?
Oh, it's hard to say.
Let's see. That'd be more of a question of where exactly the starting point for our journey was. So,
This sounds like filler for someone who doesn't have an answer.
yeah, pretty much.
I'd say less than a year, but
I'd say a month at best.
yeah, a month.
Okay, and you've helped him with his armor before?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's all the little things.
It's the little things that count.
Okay, then yeah, you guys all end up at the town hall. You go in. The main doors normally aren't unlocked this time of day. I think you guys actually tried to. One of you actually tried going into the town hall later at night once, and it was locked. But the doors are unlocked, and you can see a balcony when you go into the town hall with a couple doors, and one of them has a light coming out of the very small window that it actually.
I guess we're going to that one.
Yeah, we're going upstairs, second floor.
Yeah, you open it up, and inside you see Sheriff Hemlock, and you guys have all interacted with quite a bit this session. Mayor Devrin. I don't know if Dalen or Aradel has met her, but she's mayor of the town. I know Anamara has, even though it wasn't the best interaction. I don't remember if you You remember any of that, Calvin?
Yeah, I think we just talked to her and asked what the thing was, and it was like the day after the goblin attack, and she had no information because there was no information to get yet.
Yeah, and Lothar
I
was
think.
like being a really big dick and like saying she wasn't doing her job right because she didn't know.
Oh God. Oh wow.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, and she like wasn't having any of it and was basically like, if you don't have anything useful to say, get out of my building.
Yeah.
It wasn't the best. And you actually see another lady in the building that I don't think any of you. We don't have any locals here. Someone who might know her. Anna Mara, you may have seen her. This lovely looking lady right here, Shalilu.
Is she a hunter, perchance?
Maybe.
She looks like a hunter.
She does.
Put a bow in someone's hand. They must hunt.
They hunt. They hunt. That's what they do. They hunt people or animals. I'm not sure which one it is, but we'll figure it out soon.
The self-defense bow, okay? That's why it's so small. She does not have it drawn right now.
Perfect.
And you see the three of them looking over a map, and they're talking. As soon as the door opens in, like you guys open the door and see all of them, they all look up, and Sheriff Hemlock says, "These are the heroes of Sandpoint: Anamara, Dalen, Aradel. This right here is Shalelu. She's an unofficial member of the Sandpoint Guard." You see a smirk from Shalelu. And he looks back at the PCs and just says, "These are Sandpoint's newest crop of goblin slayers." And she like waves at all of you. Hemlock, once again looking at you guys, says, "Shalelu here has been a thorn in the side of the local goblin tribes for years. There are few in the region that know more about them than she does." She had just finished, well, almost finished, reporting to us about the going-ons of the various goblin tribes recently. It turns out that Sandpoint wasn't the only place that's been hit in this region with abnormally large goblin troubles. In short, there's been an increase in goblin-related raids all along the Lost Coast, particularly between the Mosswood and the Nettlewood.
Do you know what's driving them from their homes?
Shalelu chimes in. He says, "They're goblins. Probably food."
Well, Sheriff, remember the Sandpoint attack was commanded by some tall shanks, they said. So I don't know if it's all food related. Or could the others have been this issue too?
And Shalelu chimes in once again. She's like, "Well, then explain to me why just yesterday a farm south of the Mosswood was burnt to the ground by goblins. Wasn't anything of value there. Just a family trying to make a meager living."
Well, I'm not the one commanding the goblins, so I really can't answer that. But I was just wondering if it wasn't just hunger, but also they were told to go after these people. Maybe, I don't know.
Generally speaking, when these goblin tribes get to certain sizes, they tend to blob out, and it's normally more than one tribe at a time, as the availability of food in a region gets a little too high for everyone else's own good. But there is definitely a possibility that there's some kind of coordination. It's not common, but it's definitely possible. There are precedents in the...
Okay. Yeah, we talked to our compatriot, or not compatriot, our Creskert. He was a member of the Thistletops, and he told us about this. So yeah.
Hemlock chimes in and he says, "I actually had told Shalelu a little bit about that. She's mostly up to date on your findings around town, but she wasn't finished, and I would love to hear the information. I just figured we should hold off on a decent chunk of it until you all got here.
Okay. Thanks, Sheriff.
I just gesture in agreement towards her.
Okay, and Shalelu, he like gestures for you to come over to the map she's looking at, and she says, for convenience sake, you can just call me Shay. I find that most people tend to stumble over my name if they say it too many times. Now, Beller here's told me of your work against the goblins, and for that, all I have to say is well done. I've determined that over the last several years of my life, I have been dedicating myself pretty much just to the cause of causing, well, them as much trouble in these parts as I can. But they're tenacious, little disgusting runts, if you ask me. Like weeds that, well, should bite the dust. So I appreciate seeing fellow goblins. For those of you that don't know, there are 5 major goblin tribes in the region, and she starts pointing at various pins that are in the map, freshly. This is it actually looks very similar to the map that Sheriff Hemlock using over at the garrison. Traditionally speaking, they're pretty good at keeping each other in line when it comes to intertribal squabbles and like. Yet, from what I've been able to piece together, members of all 5 tribes were involved on the raid of Sandpoint. A fair number of the Mosswood goblins I dealt with yesterday were already pretty beat up, and there was a lot of chatter about Longshanks, she puts in quotes, who killed so many of them. And now that I've met you, it seems obvious that their descriptions fit you all. Seems like you've made quite an impression on the goblin tribes around here. In any event, the fact that 5 tribes are working together, this disturbs me, and it should disturb all of us. And you see the mayor like take to those words quite a bit. Goblin tribes don't get along unless they've got something big planned, and big plans require big bosses. Longshank you're talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if it has something to do with him or her. Found that out yet?
We don't know who it is. We just know that they speak common. And we think that they're involved with the tomb raiding that happened. What maybe not sure. Well,
of course,
there
the
was a
sheriff
tomb
told me.
raided during the raid, and we don't know if they were the humanoid that was there or not. So
I wouldn't be surprised if they were one and the same. I'm afraid that someone's moved in on the goblins and are organizing. And judging by the recent raids, I'd say this organization seems like a bad news for all of us. The sheriff kind of steps forward 1 step and then says, I'm going to take a few of the guards south to Magnamar and see about securing additional soldiers to station at Sandpoint. There's something big like this going on. Jay, I'm going to trust your word. We're going to get every able-bodied man and woman that we can. At least until the extent of this goblin threat is determined. If you wouldn't mind, Shay, I would appreciate if you go sniff around the Shankwood, Brine Stump, Mosswood, even the Devil's Platter if you have time for it. Any other places that you've heard about these goblins, just see what you can discover about what's going on. And for the heroes of Sandpoint, especially you, Animara, I've seen you step up and take the mantle where no one else has, and I appreciate that. In fact, I commend you for it. I would hope that you can all organize yourselves in a way that you can maintain your public presence in Sandpoint for just the next few days, if you don't mind. The locals seem to have taken to you, and seeing you around town will do a lot to keep worries down over the next few.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. Are you looking to just flat out kill all the goblins, or are you just trying to figure out who's organizing them?
Who did you ask this to?
I guess she would just ask it to the 3 of them, the mayor, the sheriff, and it wasn't like directly but you'd ask it to all three of them, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you kind of look around the room, that's fair. Shay looks up at you and she says, "If we could, we would eradicate them as soon as possible. But like I said, they're weeds. You kill one, another one sprouts up. The best we can hope for right now is to get rid of this newfound leadership so that the tribes go back to their squabbling, maintains a much smaller size than what we're dealing with right now."
Oh, okay. Good. Yeah, genocide isn't great. All right. Just making sure.
And you see the sheriff says, "I apologize for the interruption, but I must go now." Looks at all of the heroes and Shay, Mayor, and kind of just like quickly waves all at you all at once, and then like, walks off as quickly as.
Mm-hmm. Animar's gonna look to the mayor and be like, "So, the sheriff got us in the middle of the night to ask us to stay in town a couple more days longer? That was the big rush, and tell us that someone's organizing the goblins? Or was there anything else that you needed from us too?"
Shay doesn't come into town very often. We weren't expecting her for a few more months. Anything she has to say is worth the hero of Sandpoint. Hope
All right.
your sleep wasn't in a.
Can you show me on the map where that farm was burned?
Yeah, and Shay like points a little bit south of the Mosswood.
Who owned that farm?
A family that goes by the name the Jessup. Probably haven't heard. Luckily, I was close enough by that I was able to help them. Almost no breeze on the part of the family. Fortunately, though, they won't be able to stay home. Brought them with me.
Who?
And if you wouldn't all mind, I'm going to go talk to Amiko. Imagine she's asleep by now, but I'd like to get a meal and talk to you all about your findings.
Of course. You wouldn't mind.
I open the door for everybody.
Okay. Yeah, and when you guys get over to the Rusty Dragon, Jay kind of like points up the stairs and she's like, "Is Amiko still in the same old room?"
Maybe. I don't really know where she sleeps. I sleep in that room, and Animar I sleep down that hallway and kind of points in a general area.
Yeah. Okay. And she's like, "Okay, I'll be back in a few moments. Hopefully with Amiko." And she comes back like 3 or 4 minutes later.
While she's gone, I'm gonna turn to everybody. Like, did anybody else notice that when I asked her why the goblins were attacking, she said food, but then immediately later said that they were perhaps being organized by people?
Yeah.
I mean, do you guys know anything about goblins?
Nope.
Okay, like that's not like those aren't mutually exclusive. Like the primary motivation for every goblin is food. So like an organized party is still going to have that motivation, just like a disorganized group.
But it was the way that she put it as like the only reason for the raids.
Look, I'm just saying, maybe keep her on the list.
Oh, as the person who's organizing these guys?
Unlikely, but possible.
The lady who has like dedicated her life.
I don't know her. I've never met her before. Throwing smoke at me.
Yeah, I think like Animara, like you might not know much about her, but like if you have had dealings with the goblin tribes to the extent that you've talked about, then like you'd know of her, right? Like she's kind of like she's a local hero effectively.
Okay.
she is like a credited reason for the fact that these goblin tribes haven't done this in the past.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, she comes down like
doesn't
4 or 5
seem
minutes
too
later
crazy.
with like a Miko who like looks like surprisingly like ready. I would say maybe the best way to describe it. And she immediately like goes over to the kitchen behind the counter. She starts making some food, and you hear
Is she an elf?
who?
Amiko.
No, Amiko's a human. She's
Oh,
she's what? They're from TNG. What are they? Are they just Tiani or Tian?
I'm not sure.
She's Eastern. She's from the East. Is her ancestry? I don't really know how to. I don't know how to pronounce that one. But she's like an ex-adventurer, who started this little the Rusty Dragon Inn with like her adventuring money after she went out and did it for a little while, just because she wanted to live a different life.
Sure.
So she would be used to waking up at odd hours of the night.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe to you guys it's not surprising. One of those habits some people just don't put down.
Yeah.
And when Shay comes back and sits with you guys, she asks like, "How well you guys know Amiko? She seems to speak fondly of a few of you." She like grins at that.
We've had some interactions a couple days, but not very long.
She's a well-intended. She told you of any of her expeditions? Got a little bit of a twinkle in her eye.
No, but I did want to ask her about that because Broderick Quink did let us know that she adventured with him for some stuff one time. So I had meant to
Adventured
ask her
with
about that
him.
today, or for him, I guess, not with him. He's kind of old, so
He sent us on a wild goose chase to a mine that was caved in.
Oh, you were there too. Oh, great.
I'm an old adventuring pal of Amiko's.
Ah, so you could answer. So he sent you to just random mine? Did you say what it was for?
He was convinced it was more than a mine.
Okay.
He had what he believed at the time to be reliable information that it was some kind of vault. But there was no way to get inside of it, and there was nothing to suggest it was. I believed he was scammed. It wouldn't be the first time.
Okay. Well, we did find something out for him, but I don't think he used. He's been talking about a castle north of here, that we thought about maybe trying to go see, and then he was talking about the pyre at one point, but he said that was south of Sandpoint. But we have thoughts that it could be the standing stones inside the cathedral, but that's something we still have to figure out.
I'm not familiar with this pyre. Is it an old term for the standing stones?
It could be. What we think is it's a magical conduit. For what was the old light, he said, which was a weapon of mass destruction that was the lighthouse, or where the crumbled lighthouse is. So, but we're not sure. It's still a working theory.
Have you talked to other people about this?
No. Well, we did talk to the Father Xantus, and he said that they're Desna stones, and for the seven towers of her palace. But I think that's just because that works with the story of the cathedral. But we're not sure. We haven't talked to anyone else about this yet. So,
Well, I mean, it's definitely possible. I know most people would discredit it. Clearly, it sounds like Father Xantus doesn't have much belief. I'm not going to pretend to have any knowledge on it, though. Maybe it has something to do with the goblin attack.
It could, I guess.
Sheriff Hemlock didn't have anything from your reports that would suggest that. Is there any other light you would like to shed?
I guess it would just be the tomb raiding that happened. They took the body of
He told me
like
about this.
the. Oh, okay.
Kept
So
me up to
no,
date on your reports, but he never mentioned anything about the pyre, which
Wait, they
yeah,
took a
we kind
body?
of they took the body of the old church. So Father Ezekiel or Father Tobin died in the old church fire, and his body was stolen.
yeah, Ezek Tobin, and his daughter died as well.
What nefarious acts are they going to do with his body?
I don't know. It's kind of scary, but they only took one, so I think it was planned more than it was like random tomb raiding and that stuff. So
Kind of a Tomb Raider takes a body.
I don't know. Have you ever had to take a body, Shalelu?
Not of a priest, at least not of any kind of god worth talking about. I've had to do things with goblin bodies you probably wouldn't want to talk about.
You'd be surprised.
Mutilation is a subject you're fond of over a meal.
That is not what I thought we were talking about.
You see, she like actually like her lip. She like licks part of her lip.
I mean, if it's for the sake of research, I don't mind a little mutilation every now and then.
Yeah, never researched, to be honest. The few times I've ever actually had to mutilate a body was mostly to cover my own tracks. The goblins, while they might be okay, a lot of smells that the rest of us would find, well, disgusting. They aren't so keen on finding other goblins. Kind of just blends together, you know, smells they're used to. So occasionally it can make a decent cover.
Sounds useful.
Useful, disgusting.
Yeah, sometimes they're one and the same.
I would like to hear more about the raid on Sandpoint.
What would you like to know? It sounds like the sheriff told you a lot too. So
He didn't have much to say about the ongoings, all the individual adventurers, seeing as he was occupied at the time. But he did speak of the fact that you all fought valiantly. I was just wondering if you had any more details, specifically on kind of structures, as it's very abnormal, at least currently.
yeah, they they came from all the bridges around town, and they it was just I think it was to try and just cause as much chaos as they could. We were in the marketplace, and it didn't really seem like there was much planning in it. They kind of just came in and started attacking more than trying to get food, that I could tell.
Well,
So
given that they stole the body, sounds almost like the chaos was planned.
yeah, but that was a different tribe. So that lends to your statement earlier that someone's providing things for all of them to do at the same time.
How did you
That
determine
wasn't
the goblins in the boneyards were different than the goblins courtyard?
Greskert didn't know about it. Our goblin friend or goblin, the closet goblin.
Ah,
Yeah.
The closet goblin.
Wait, the closet goblin?
Yeah, he was the one that Amelia from the play a couple days ago. She came up or yesterday. She came up to a few of us and asked us to help investigate what was the closet goblin because she didn't think it was real. And then come to find out there was a goblin in the closet and it ate her husband, and it was scared of the dog, so that's why it didn't come out. Yeah.
I was under the impression that most of the heroes of Sandpoint were on the same page. That doesn't seem to be the case.
Oh, what do you mean?
These two clearly didn't know about the goblin that you dealt with yesterday. He was a commando, right?
Oh yeah,
Probably why he spoke common.
that makes sense. Well, I spoke to him in Goblin for most of it, so
You speak Goblin?
yeah, I picked it up. Just talking to them about different knowledges and trading and keeping them from attacking my family's farm or uh in the hinterlands.
What a waste of brain.
You aren't from around here, are you?
Me?
No, she's
No,
not looking at you.
I'm from. Oh, okay.
You seem knowledgeable about goblins. Your associates don't.
What
Yeah.
what need would I ever to speak to a goblin? I simply cave their skulls in and I move on.
Knowledge is power. Being able to communicate, being able to understand your enemies, first step.
I understand them. They're evil. I'm good.
Black and white, very simple.
It's
Appreciate it.
worked out so far for me.
Is there any information that I can dispose upon all of you when it comes to the goblins? From my understanding, most of you were craving that.
You've divulged most of it in the meeting at the mayor's office. Mostly, mostly their locations and motivations.
You were wondering about their numbers, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Aradel
Oh, we were.
Or-
We were.
Dalen? I forget.
I was. Yes. Do you know how large the Thistletop tribe happened to be in particular?
Oh, the Thistletop. Well, that depends on reports. I'm gonna be honest. With my last expedition, I've only been out about a month now. Very uncommon for me to come back this. It was an emergency, otherwise I wouldn't have. I was taking a path along the Mosswood, going to basically swing out pretty far east and then head up north. So my information on the Nettlewood, specifically the Thistletop goblins, isn't quite up to date, but I'd say somewhere around 75 goblins the last time I was up there a few months ago.
Hmm.
So that's 25 for me, 25 for you, Dalen, and 25 for Anamara. It's no problem.
I like the way you think.
Well, if we can get Armand with us too, it might be a little bit less for each person too.
I'm not sure how to divide 25 or 75 into 4, but I'll still take 25.
We'll figure it out.
Now, I wouldn't look into it too much. Please don't get your hopes up, but I have a feeling with the way things are going, the sheriff isn't going to be asking you to stick around much. Not that he wants you to go, but you seem to be able to take care of yourselves, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up, blessing you, along with the mayor as well, to go take care of these Thistletop fellas.
That makes sense.
Out of character, would Dalen know much about Thistletop, the location?
Only if you have knowledge history or knowledge local,
Well, I
and
do
that
have
would give you
knowledge
different
history.
information.
I have knowledge history.
Okay, you can roll that. And yeah, you
Not
don't
too
know anything about it.
fortunate.
Diddly.
The rolls were so good earlier. Now why are they shit? I will. I am quite tired, so I think I'll retire for the eve.
Of course. Don't expect me to be in town much longer. If I'm gone sometime in the morning. It was nice meeting all of you. I hope we can get... I believe we can get this goblin problem solved. Hopefully soon.
Indeed.
It was nice to meet you too.
I say a prayer. Try and like a blessing for before I leave. Presumably I won't see her again.
Okay. Okay. I think she, like, as she's eating, she like attempts to imitate it, if like, because I don't know what kind of prayer it is, if it's something that like there's a phrase that's supposed to be said back or just like a gesture or something. She attempts to. Or
She
at the very
humored
least
me.
gives you like a generic like 7 blessings would probably be something she says, just because she does follow primary faith and
Mhm.
quick question. Sorry for the D-track here, or derail. Who opened up a new wizard sheet?
The Manus.
Yeah.
So I went to open up my
That's not me.
character. So I clicked the character selection, and I assumed only my character would be there. So I just clicked the thing that was there, and then I closed it, but it's still there.
Trying to think who fucking Manus was supposed to be. I mean,
Oh,
I'll
I can click release. There we go.
yeah. I mean, that's,
Server owned Manus Calgar. I'm not sure.
I don't know. It's blank. Just leave it alone. I honestly don't know who started working on it. I think it's probably just scrap, but I was curious. Did someone just join the game and I didn't notice? Just started working on a character?
I was beginning to wonder that myself.
Just a series of misclicks.
Very unfortunate.
Sounds like an interesting TV series right there.
I'm on the dark web now. Somebody help. 4 people have told me my name and location.
Why is the FBI at my door? I was just trying to look at some pictures. Okay.
I believe the next morning when you guys get up, Jay has left. And I mean, obviously, like, Hemlock left last night. So, like, Father Xantis and the mayor are, like, the 2 people, the 2 heads, basically, if you need to go talk to someone that you guys know. And, unless that's not an interpretation you agree with. And I think when you come downstairs to get breakfast in the morning, there's only one lady that works for Amiko at the Rusty Dragon. Her name's Bethana. I know Animara's had some interactions with her. I assume Dalen and Aradel, you've gotten food from her. She's a nicer, older lady, a little on the short side. And she seems like very upset when you guys come downstairs to come get your breakfast. And she like very quickly comes over and she says, Amiko's gone missing. Have you guys seen her?
Missing? How?
No, we saw her overnight when Shalelu came by.
I want to say it has something to do with that, but I didn't even see her last night. She always starts breakfast in the morning before I get up. Nothing cooking. I knocked on her door and she didn't respond. against
Did you
my
try
better
opening
judgment.
the door?
Sorry. What?
Did you try? You knocked on the door, but you said you didn't try opening it yet.
No, I knocked on it, and against my better judgment, I did. It was
Okay.
empty. Bed looked like she hadn't slept in it, or maybe she prepared it, but that doesn't make sense. And worse yet, I found this crumpled piece of paper near the bed. A note from her older brother. She like hands the note over to you guys.
Did you know her older brother?
I knew little bits about him, a shadowed past. He's a bit of a scandal within town. Back in '88, he was born. This is about a year older than Amiko. He's a half elf, and I don't know if that like makes things obvious when she says that to you guys. It might. Amiko's not a half elf; she's a human.
Oh yeah.
And she notes in like a sagely voice with big eyes that neither of Amiko's parents are elves. So it was obvious that old Lanjuku wasn't the boy's father. His rage at the discovery of this with his wife's indiscretion was the talk of the town for months. And this is actually something that probably wouldn't be surprising to you guys because you were all around the like at the very beginning when you guys first got into town, shortly after the festival. Like old man Lanjuku, he was supposed to come into town and be one of the 3 speakers at the Swallowtail Festival, but he couldn't make it because he was sick. And then he came in later that day into the Rusty Dragon when like all of the heroes of Sandpoint had basically already done their duty and they were getting refreshment. He came in and offered Amiko an ultimatum. He said that he was basically just pissed off he had to come into town and disappointed in his daughter for like going out and being an adventurer and lowering herself down to the standards of being a bar owner, because the Lanjuku family is like one of the few local families, like local noble families. And he said he like offered an ultimatum. Either she's gonna move back to Magnamar with him, or she's gonna be disowned from the family. And she basically told him to like fuck off, and like kind of made a joke out of it once he left. This man is known for his anger. That's his it's one of his primary motivations. Now, Longjuku's wife, Atsu, she never revealed who the father was. And as a testament to Longjuku's stubbornness, they remained married for many years. Judo, the half-brother of Amiko, he was handed over to the Turduck Academy, which is the academy in town. That's where it's also an orphanage. So it's basically a place set up by an old man who used to be an adventurer. He started this place of learning, doubled it as an orphanage. So not only are there orphans that he's taking in and providing for and teaching to be better people, there are actually a lot of people from the local, like the surrounding area. So a lot of people from the hinterlands will send their kids to this academy to, become better learn, just to, have a better understanding, better education. Pseudo was set to this academy to be raised outside of the Kajitsu family. Completely ignored by his father, forbidden to visit his mother, and eventually Amiko started visiting him in secret. Once she learned about his existence, didn't even find out about until the age of 10. At this point, well, the boy had seen some things. Started visiting him a few times a month to keep his company, bring him some food, promise that, maybe one day they'd get things sorted out, stuff like that. She's a generally kind-hearted woman. But then, back in 2005, there was some kind of disagreement between the two of them, a big argument. She brought it up once. She doesn't talk much about it. So the fact that he sent a note kind of, bugged me. whatever it was, it's the catalyst for Amiko becoming an adventurer and eventually setting up, well, this tavern. So in some ways, I'm happy about it. She left town for a year and made a living as an adventurer. Came back a year later when her mother died, and Pseudo was very public about his opinions that his father, not biological of course, had pushed Atsu off of a cliff to her death. Though that's never been confirmed, and quite frankly, I don't believe it. There's a huge confrontation at the funeral, and Wanjuku actually broke Pseudo's jaw with his cane. After which Pseudo cursed his father. Well, he just left Sandpoint. No one's seen him since. So when Amiko tried to reestablish contact with him a few times in the last couple years, she never got a response. When I saw this letter, well, I expect the worst. I think he's up to some of his old feeling. He still doesn't have his sister's best intentions.
Well, that's not good. What does the letter say?
Yeah, read the.
Okay, so when you guys look down at the letter, it's actually in a language none of you understand.
Oh no!
Dun dun dun.
If that's the case, Anamara will pull out an extract of comprehend languages, and drink that and read the letter then.
Okay. Like when you guys start reading it though, Bethna, like whether or not, I guess it's up to you, Calvin, if you actually drink it. She says, it's all in their native tongue, but she's been spending the last few years teaching me. I can read it to you. Or
That would be lovely.
She offers to. Okay.
Hand the letter back to her, like.
And she kind of like frames herself so you can all like read along. And there's like 2 paragraphs here. And I want to do a break soon, so I want to know, like, I feel like we should read it before the break, but if you guys want to wait until after.
Say go ahead.
I'm
and
good
read
with
it.
either.
Yeah, and then we can
Mull over it.
Mull over it.
Ponder.
Yeah. Okay. So in like a font that's like 2, almost 3 times the size of the rest of it, at the top, it says, "Hello, sis." Then after that, it says, "I hope this letter finds you well, and with some free time on your, because we've got something of a problem. It has to do with father. Seems that he might have had something to do with the Sandpoint's recent troubles with all the goblins, and I didn't want to bring the matter out to the authorities because we both know he'd just weasel his way out of it. You've got some pull here with town, though. If you can meet me at the Glassworks at midnight tonight, maybe we can figure out how to make sure he faces the punishment he deserves." And it has an exclamation mark. "Knock twice, then 3 times more, and then once more at the delivery entry. I'll let you in." And then the second paragraph, and like I'm intentionally trying to make this choppy. I don't know if that's clear enough, if I'm failing in that department, but like she is not fluent in this language. "In any case, I don't have to impress upon you the delicate nature of the request. If news gets out, local rubes," and she like kind of pauses for a second. That might not be the direct translation, but something to that effect. "Local rubes would assume that you and I were in on the whole thing too, don't you know? They've got no honor at all around these parts. I still don't understand how you can stand to stay here. Anyways, don't tell anyone about this. There are other complications there as well. I'd rather talk to you about it in person tonight. Don't be late." And then in big bold letters it says Pseudo.
Dude, when Shalelu stopped by, uh, was it before or after midnight?
It was about midnight, I would say.
Oh, so she was after we left. She probably went there or before.
Yeah, that's it. Like shortly after you guys left is
She
probably when
wasn't an
Amico left.
adventurer at all. She was just getting ready to leave.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I guess we could stop by the Glassworks and
That's what
see
I would
if
be asking.
she's there.
Yep. Yeah, we should head over.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can head that way.
Okay.
Sounds like a good thing for the day. We don't have any more plays to worry about, so.
Oh dear God, thank you. Thank you, heavens.
Yeah, after the opening night, they're going to substitute in other actors. They just wanted you to be there for the big like opening night. Unless of course you want to.
Uh, no.
Okay, then I
Well,
think this
are
would
there any
be a good
royalties?
place to take our 10-minute break.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will
Did
see
you
you
say-
guys at 32 after.
Did you ask if there were any royalties?
Yeah. It is our lives. So we can figure that out after the break.
We gotta get some copyright lawyers.
Yeah. Well, we did act in it, so I wonder if we'll get paid for that. I guess we never asked them. So, yeah. All right. I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Good morning, Vietnam. Hello.
Hello.
What did I miss?
Nothing.
Perfect timing. Then. Yeah, the distance. I've been having trouble with the distance for the hinterlands because like the maps suggest that it's larger, but the actual like I don't know what to call it. The actual like scale it has suggests that even though there's these giant features, they're not that big.
Yeah.
Like it's saying that in the Nettlewood where Thistletop is like 5 miles away at best. But it's like, okay, so you go down this road, there's this place called the River Rock Mist. Looks like a mountain range. And then you go in between the Shankwood and the Tickwood. And then there's more mountain. And then you go into the Nettlewood. And it's saying all of that is in like 5 miles. Like, okay, these are either really small woodlands and mountains, or this scale is wrong. Before the like next bit starts, is there anything you wanted to talk about? We got like 4 minutes.
Do we have any royalties from the play or compensation?
Pay us.
The adoration of
No, that's not money. I can't feed my kids with adoration.
you don't have any kids.
I might someday.
Some my future children.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Papa, we are hungry," and I'm gonna be like, "Eat some adoration." That's all they gave me. It's exposure for our future careers.
Yeah. This would be a great piece for your transaction into the bigger Magnamar theater.
Wait, what did I miss?
You guys are going to be performers. That's what the game's about now.
Yeah, we're just
Oh God.
we're career actors now. We gave up on being adventurers. We're just gonna use the exposure from the play to go big.
I can see our troop name now. The Varisian Troop of Freaks and Clowns.
Oh, my mic picks that up.
Definitely does.
Sorry.
I dig the bubble beatboxing, man.
I was like, I'm gonna open up Discord, make sure that nobody can hear me doing this.
Got invited to a Rise of the Runelords game yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah. But they don't let you play evil characters.
That's
Oh.
a good thing.
No, it's not.
That's always a good thing. I've never seen I've never seen like a good reason for someone to play an evil character other than fuck everybody else.
That's just playing an evil character. Dickhead.
Yeah.
I mean, I for a while now I've had this idea for a fighter who's also a former gang boss.
I effectively just wanted to play my own version of a mix between like Count Dooku and fucking now I'm forgetting her name.
Welcome, Mr. Kenobi.
That sounded more like General Grievous.
Oh, that's Grievous. Yeah, that's Grievous.
Yeah,
You're
that is
right.
what Grievous says.
And
That's my bad. That's my bad.
and Black Widow, like a cross between those.
Uh,
I want to be lawful evil. Like, why not? And they're like, nah, man, you can't. There's a player who's like, if you play any elite evil alignment, I won't play.
if honestly, if Scarlett Johansson played Count Dooku, I think the prequels would have been way better movies.
Here's like the last thing I'll say. Here's the tagline for the concept for the character. A principled, ambitious man willing to follow a strong leader against a force that isn't aligned with his own, motivated by self-improvement. Tell me that can't be any alignment.
I can.
Chaotic, neutral.
I was thinking like lawful evil, but now I'm just gonna make this effectively the same character, tweak some of his motivations, play lawful neutral of an evil.
There you go.
But like,
Chaotic neutral's the ultimate cop out. You can do whatever you want. Nobody can say anything.
dude, it wasn't even my original concept. I threw like 3 ideas out there, and then the player, who at the time I didn't know was like, if you play evil, I will not play with you. Was like, you want to play a negative energy cleric? Is he gonna be evil? And I was like, yeah, probably lawful evil. And then we just went down this rabbit hole about how he won't play if it's lawful evil, and the whole time I was just trying to be like, here are the nuances of character creation and how alignment isn't the only thing that determines how you play a character. Just as many good characters are as good as evil characters. You just need to know how to build a character who isn't an asshole.
Yo,
Yeah.
there's like no good characters. Everybody's a fucking murder. Like, do you know how many people we kill?
Right?
We're not good. You're gray at best.
I like that.
Good just means not selfish or self-centered.
That's a big way people play like evil characters, right? Is like motivation based on self that doesn't worry about others.
Yeah. That's more of what evil is than actually evil.
I was legitimately just thinking like, I was brought here to the town of Sandpoint by my god so that I can stop this bigger evil that would interfere with whatever my god's plans ended up being. I didn't even know what god it would be. I wanted to play like this character that the more I developed him seemed like he would be an evil guy.
Yeah.
It's more so chaotic and lawful that really affect,
Decisions, yeah.
yeah.
Like I don't know. If you can have a lawful stupid paladin in the party and be okay with that, why can't you have a nuanced lawful evil?
The lawful stupid paladin though is like generally speaking has to help everyone, whereas the lawful evil character in theory could just watch everybody die and leave.
That's the thing in theory, but like I am very much of the opinion that this is a cooperative storytelling event and you shouldn't make a character who won't work well with the party.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. The GM's just like, no evil characters because you have to want to protect the town. I can want that and be.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go check out the glassworks. That's where you guys are going, right?
We have to go find Miko.
This nice lady who shared her home with you, provided you meals for almost a week.
Yeah, one question. Does the handwriting between the hello sis and the signature look the same as the other handwriting? Could we tell?
Yes, like it's the same, it's just a different font size.
Okay.
Yeah. Obviously, like it's there to like just to catch the eye, hello sis. Well, obviously this has to be pseudo.
Yeah.
Whose name I'm hoping I'm pronouncing right. Like, did you guys
Pseudo,
look
yeah.
at the note?
Yeah.
Pseudo?
Pseudo.
Yeah.
Pseudo. Yeah. Pseudo.
Don't over pronunciate it.
Pseudo.
Pseudo.
the first Oriental half elf I've ever seen. Okay, were there anything that's going on before you guys head to the glassworks?
I put my armor on already, hopefully.
I figured
I
you
just gotta
did
figure
that
out
before
which-
you came downstairs.
Perfect.
I just need to figure out which extracts I'm using today.
Oh, okay. I would say just like work on that right now as we're doing stuff, and then if we do like if it takes long enough, then oh my god, excuse. If it takes long enough, then we can like pause for a moment or something like that once we get to a place where it will come up.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now, so it's not a problem.
Okay, so the glassworks, you'll actually be able to see on the map of Sandpoint is the bigger building to like the south west of Sandpoint, like a bigger gray building next to the general store, like to the west of that. Not marked. I didn't do that on purpose. My friend accidentally like didn't make two of the places, but it ended up being like a twist of fate that it was perfect. He didn't list the Scarnetti Mill, so the mill owned by the local fucking crime organization, and he didn't list the Glassworks, a place that you guys are gonna be exploring. So I was like, nope, don't worry about it, bud. This was perfect. So yeah, you approach the Glassworks, and it's nestled in between a handful of buildings. And as you walk up to it, it looks like someone's working in there. Like you see all the doors are closed as they normally are. There's actually a handful. There's a couple different entrances you see as you go to the front of it. There's like the main entrance, and then kind of around a corner you can see is like a bigger entrance, probably the entrance referenced note you guys have.
The delivery
Yeah.
entrance, was it?
Is there a window we can look through?
Oh, there are actually a bunch of windows. But when you go approach the two windows closest to you, see that there are curtains drawn over them.
Well, that's gonna be tough to see.
Can you magic those curtains out of the way? Are you?
You guys
Okay.
see some of the Sandpoint locals like coming out to see.
Would I know if Mage Hand can go through material objects?
I have a feeling that it can, but I would like to double check the spell. That might be a limitation on it.
All it says is you point your finger at an object and can lift and move it at will from a distance.
We should probably go around back if people are starting to congregate.
Yeah, yeah, we don't want to draw attention that
Yeah.
Nico's missing.
Yeah, and like as you guys start moving around, like there's a map that I shared with you guys.
Oh yeah, map.
As you guys like start moving around the building, oh, it's locked.
Oh, okay.
What do I use the arrow keys? Okay.
As you start moving around the building, and we'll have Amon be with you for now.
Why is my
Okay.
token so big?
What do you mean?
Oh, it's like a selection.
One regular square. You see like some of the people like coming around with you. Like it's not like there are just like a couple people, it's like a congregation of people like seeing you investigating the glasswork.
Should I
Well,
should I try and
for
dismiss
it.
the crowd?
I can try that. I can try my hand at that if you want.
I'll help. I'll help. You go for it. I'll aid.
All right. I'm gonna walk back towards the people and just say, routine inspection, nothing to see here. Go back to your homes.
Want to give me a bluff check?
Okay. If only I had put a rank in it, it would be much higher. Yes.
Okay, I think a lot, like most of the people buy into that. Like it seems odd, but you guys have been doing a lot of odd jobs around towns. I think everyone. They all begin to like calm down and start to disperse. It is noteworthy to say that it's weird that the glassworks isn't open right now, and you guys can you can hear the furnace going on in the inside.
Furnace.
I'm sorry.
Were we at the front when we got put on the map?
Yeah,
Or
that's what the door right there.
so yeah, we should probably walk around the whole building and try and find this service entrance, I guess.
Yeah. Let's check out the back. See if you did you figure out if you can magic these curtains out of the way, Dalen?
That's what I was trying to discuss with the DM out of character.
Yeah, like I don't see why you can't. It says you can move an object 15 feet, so you could like open a set of curtains.
Alrighty. I'm going to lag behind them just a little bit. Are these curtains right here? Are these curtained?
Literally all the windows you're walking by are.
Okay. Could I just kind of stand like to the side and just kind of use my mage hand to peek open one of the curtains as subtle as possible?
If you're trying to be subtle about it, then you can give me a sleight of hand check.
Yeah, that sounds like an idea. I'm trying to avoid letting them know that we're peering into their business.
I don't think Pseudo or Amico like you.
Oh, shit.
So it opens up. Inside you see like can't go in.
I was trying to get myself right up to the window.
There you go. You're up at the window. You can see like a chair and like a bench right next to.
Okay, does anything look off or like it has been moved or out of place?
I'm gonna say no, especially since you've never been in.
Fair play.
Fair. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and catch back up to the rest of them. Go.
Anything?
No, the window I did look through, there's what looked like just some random room. Never been here before, so I can't exactly tell you whether anything's amiss.
Oh no. Well, we should probably continue around the building to see if there's anything else that we can see, but it might be, once we can find that service entrance, it might be prudent to just kind of knock how we need to make sure that they know we're coming.
I guess so.
Oh, I am halfway through the squares.
The freaking box, guys. You don't, I'm gonna choose the shittier one when I tell you we're in combat.
Please don't.
I desire order.
Is there a window leading into this back room? Hey, you want to come peek at this window over here real quick before we...
You guys can tell whether it's a door or window, right?
Yeah, this is a door.
Okay. Yeah.
That's a door, yeah.
Oh, did I just open that door? Oh.
Yeah, for some reason players can.
I just tried to ping it and it opened.
I think I know what you're talking about. So what did like if you guys are just gonna run around the map, I'm not gonna tell you anything.
Nah, I think we're gonna get to here. Because if this looks like the door, then we were looking
You've
for.
walked by like the third door you've been by.
This is the third door. Oh, weren't the
Oh,
other
there
two
is?
doors?
Oh,
Oh, I
I
see
They're
that
like the-
other set of
see
doors
the other
now.
door.
Yeah, so there
Yeah.
was like the main entrance, there was like a back entrance. There was this one which is on like the opposite side of the building and goes down to the beach because it's right on the coastline.
Well, I'm a fool, so this is the door I'm at. Is it unlocked?
Well, that's a decent question. Who's gonna open it?
I,
Oh,
I'll open it if we have to, but
I mean, you don't have to.
I mean, if it's not.
I'm gonna, I'm
I'm
gonna
not
this
gonna
the
go over.
force you
delivery?
to open the doors.
Yeah. Is this the delivery entrance? Do we know?
I would say this is not. This doesn't make sense to be a delivery entrance. This just goes down to the beach.
I
Okay.
think I think we missed the delivery entrance.
Yeah. Oh, we should probably find the delivery entrance because that's where they went through. So that might, if we knock the same way, they might let us in.
Yeah, but she's already here, right?
Well, we don't know that. What time of day is it? Morning, like
I would
8
assume it's
a.m.-ish?
like around 8 o'clock.
Okay.
So
Well,
we-
if she didn't come here, we'd hope that what we
We're-
can hope is that he stayed.
we're 8 hours late.
Yeah. So we should just go through this door instead?
I mean, we can go through the other door. I just don't think, the knocking approach is necessarily. I don't think we're just announcing ourselves to them.
Well, oh yeah. And Bethana did say to try and keep it quiet on this one, so I guess no knocking.
If this door's open, I think we just go in here.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Also,
Let's
who knew that there was a beach entrance to this place?
Lots of
How
glass
did we-
work, so they need to have lots of sand.
I guess so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
the
sand
door's
point, so-
locked.
The door is locked.
Oh, all right. Should we try the other doors, or should we try knocking? Because I can't unlock a door.
I'm going to mage hand this window that I'm right next to.
Okay.
Curtains open. Yeah.
Okay, you open the window, and you see like some of the furnace burning, right? So like the basically the corner of I guess you wouldn't even be able to see it from where you are. It would actually be Paradel. All you see is like the beginning of a furnace and a table. It looks like there's some glass on the floor, some like broken glass. But Paradel, you can see in the center of this room like multiple mutilated bodies.
I'm
Ooh.
breaking this door down.
Okay.
Is the Did I open the window or just pull back the curtain?
You told me you were opening the curtain, so you opened the
Okay,
curtain.
Okay.
Also,
I
I
could-
don't think these windows open.
Just making sure that I didn't mix up my words on you.
I think that's gonna spur me right into action, boys. I don't know if I'm pulling out my sword and my shield and looking at this door real hungry if somebody wants to try and stop me.
No, we should probably help those people out.
All right, I'm gonna start bashing my shield into the door. Is it made out of wood?
Presumably.
All right, it's going down then. It's going down
Like
eventually.
it doesn't say these are wooden doors. It gives me the hardness, HP, and the break DC.
Oh, okay. I'll just break it.
Okay.
If
If I
Strong
can,
Devil Boy wants to help.
if I can help, or if I can help in any way, could I try to acid splash the hinges? Can I melt the hinges?
Yeah, you can try.
ignore the hardness. Deal damage to door. Can help.
Would Armand?
Almond, yeah, Almond, come help me with this door, please.
Yeah, he'll come help you.
Is that possible?
Yeah, if you're gonna like hack at the door or break it.
He's much stronger than me. If I can like assist him in breaking the door, ripping the door down or something.
I don't think he is much stronger than you. You can double check. Yeah, he's not stronger than you.
I'm +2.
Oh, yeah, he is. Sorry. I was misreading that. I saw you're 14 and his 4, and I just thought they both said 14.
He's got 18, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How do you know?
A little bit. We talked about it a little bit.
Oh, I didn't know you talked to Matt. Well, no,
Yeah,
I did a little bit, but I didn't know you talked about.
Yeah, I was just curious to see how strong he was, so that I could figure out if I wanted to be more charismatic or more strong.
Okay. Yeah, he can come help with it.
But I'll assist him at breaking the door.
Okay.
Assist.
And you give me the checks. He gets the bonus.
Did that?
I see it.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it out.
Okay. Enough to give him a bonus. Not enough for him to open the door, though.
What about my melting the hinges? What would I need to go for that?
I would let you just do like a damage die.
Okay, not even attack.
No. Is it gonna be hard for you to step up to the hinges?
I don't think so.
Neither do I.
They're breaking down the main door. I'm over here at the side trying to just get the hinges.
Okay. Yeah.
Should we try one of the other doors to see if they open?
We can. I just want to get inside now.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Anamara, I think you see a couple goblins pop up onto the counter. Last word.
Oh, there's goblins in there. So, we should I think we just need to get in instead. You're right. That might be better.
There's a bunch of mutilated bodies or whatever. I'm done with subtle.
Yeah.
Subtlety's out the window, so I'm going to ray across the window right in front of me. Freeze it up, and then just kind of take a. I'm going to take my sling, and I'm going to just shoot up the frozen parts to the glass.
I think when you hit it with Ray of Frost, it's gonna break.
Oh, well, never mind then. I'm just going to ray of frost the thing.
Okay.
There you go.
The part where everyone rolls initiative.
Initiative.
Let's see. Character.
I have this many's.
Numbers, big number.
Ooh.
Got some fast boys.
Gonna be fun. That's where the shattered glass is.
Ready? Who's first? Where's the combat tracker? There it is.
I do not see a combat tracker.
In the top right.
Cross swords.
Top right.
Cross swords.
Crossed swords. Got it.
Like Dalen's up first.
Would the breaking the glass count as my
Nope.
Oh no, I'm not. Holy shit. Okay, them some speedy boys.
Yeah. You gotta go first though. There's a surprise round.
Oh, do I have surprise? Oh, wait, do I have surprise round day?
You guys have the surprise round. They were not expecting that.
Okay. Let's see. Let me just look at something real quick. Well, first thing, since I guess I'm first in the surprise round, I'm going to use my standard action to go ahead and cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay. There should be an effect button you can click on to automatically apply it.
Yeah. Wait. Where's the effect button? It's not showing up for me. It's weird. I'm not seeing an effect button. Why is that? Weird.
Probably because the mode that you're in the summary display, you need to adjust that.
There we go. I'm in the actions display now.
Also, need to add the right version of the spell. When you're adding spells, always add the version from the PFRPG spellbook, and the spell's name should end in Y. Need to get a different version of Mage Armor.
Alright. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second.
It's all good.
No worries.
Okay.
Some of us are new. That's just part of it. Yeah, because the ones that end with Y have been handcrafted by people, so like they have all the effects built.
Okay, in that case, let me go ahead and delete this Mage Armor. Go ahead and get Y. There we go. Alright, that's better. Armor. There.
There you go. Now if you look on the combat tracker, you should have the effect on that part. Which button did you click? Did you click the dice?
No, I clicked the effect.
Oh, here's the thing. You have it set to target. So hit the microscope next to it. You need to target yourself effectively. You need to control click your character and then cast it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, now you're targeting yourself, so if you click the effect, it'll apply.
There.
Yep.
There.
And now just unselect yourself and make sure you make a note on the on your character sheet that you cast that spell slot.
Yeah. Let me see. Is there anything else I could do? No, everything else I do have requires a standard action.
You have a move action.
You only get a single action in a surprise round.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah, okay. Then yeah, that's my surprise round.
Anamara.
Anamara will walk through the window. 5, 10. Would it be difficult terrain or something like that to get through it?
Not if you give me a proper acrobatics check.
Oh boy. Acrobatics. Oh, it's not negative at least.
Okay, that's enough to get you in there.
Okay. So that's 5, 10, 15. Now it's frozen.
Is it frozen or is it just giving you a hard time trying to get in?
It's giving me a hard time getting in. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. This is fun. Can I put you there? No.
Yeah. That'd be 20, 25 feet. I'm good with right there anyways.
Okay.
If I'm not on fire from the furnace.
No, the furnace isn't over here. You can see it just barely to the bottom right past
okay. Yep.
Yeah.
I see it now.
And
this is just a table or something.
You can't see all of it. Yeah, there's a giant like stone table here. But like you can see on the other side of it like this, it's a glasswork furnace, so it runs across the entirety of the wall here.
Okay. Yeah, so she'll get in and look to see if she can see those bodies that were mentioned earlier.
Yeah,
and
no, I was going to describe that. I just hasn't been an appropriate moment. Okay, so there's this giant furnace that you guys all see that's up and going right now across basically like the entire western wall of it. This map is actually inverted, so I'm going to say western actually eastern for some reason. I don't know why they made the map this way. Probably just thought it looked prettier. And there is the furnace burns with this weird like bluish like tint. And Animari, you would know this is like alchemically treated wood that burns hot. Probably where they do all the glass making. That's pretty easy to infer.
Okay.
And a few other minor things. There are some like mutilated bodies you can see. And they're all in various states of dismemberment. They're surrounded, like there's a bunch of shattered glass in the room. You see like some of the limbs aren't in places they're supposed to be. Some have like melted glass at the end of them. There's like burnt legs and arms. A couple of them like look like they've fallen out of the furnace.
Do we would Animara recognize any of them?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's too like in the state they're in, it would be very hard to recognize.
Yeah. Okay. That's her turn.
Okay. We go to Amon. Yep. He's gonna move up to.
She's not blocking the window like other people can get through, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not good at. Okay. That's enough. Pretty sure. Oh shit. It's actually just gonna make it Aerodel.
Okay. Can I move like this? I don't know what
I mean, there's a box there, so I'm gonna say not unless you give me an acrobatics check. That would be to get on top of the box. Or hop over it, depending on you.
Sure. I'll just, I don't know, move over here. I'm not closer to the window there. I'll just move here.
Okay. Go proper round one. Prize round is over. Okay, and Animara, you see the goblin in front of you wielding a like traditional dog slicer. He like pulls it out basically and he runs at
you. Okay.
He basically just does this like powerful like overhand swing. Tries to latch on to like just above your right elbow.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see another goblin gonna try and jump onto the table in front. As you guys guessed, goblins don't have a big dexterity. Yeah. There's this goblin, he hops up onto this table and you see him like pick up a piece of like a effectively like glassware and he's gonna chuck it at
you. Oh, fun. Okay.
And in the distance you hear like like multiple goblins screaming. One that like runs up over here, and he once again is also going. Right, I just want to double check it has a ring. I assume it's not much. It doesn't specifically. I'm going to have it be treated. It has a much shorter range than literally just him throwing glass at you.
How is it that I find range again? Like checking the range on certain things?
You just control click whatever you're.
Oh,
Or you
okay.
can draw a line if you want, but that's a little bit messy. I'm gonna try and chuck some more glass at you.
Finally. Okay.
Roll a d8 and see where that lands. And it's going to where a solid number 10, the one that charged you. I have him
Nice.
flex 6. Pass. Goblin in.
Okay. Let me see.
You can see the goblin that jumped up on the table, chuck some glass at him. Ooh, I do have a question real quick for all of you, or at least for those of you that can't see both of the like X's with your line of sight. Can you see it if you don't have the vision? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Can you still see the X's?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. I'm going to. Do I know whether or not the goblin I can see has a cover on me or not? Does it have
Like
cover?
has cover versus you?
Yeah.
I would say that that because you're like firing through a small window that he has partial cover, but you're closer, so he doesn't.
Okay.
You're closer to the cover, so.
Okay, cool. In that case, I'm going to try to take out one goblin instantly by a good old-fashioned magic missile.
That's a staple.
I'm going to, let's see. There are no it doesn't say there are any attack rolls that need to be made. It's just
No.
a straight hit. So let me just get this goblin targeted. And pop, pop, pop.
That was you doing that a bunch of times.
Yeah, I didn't think it would die after the first two, so I accidentally clicked all three.
Yeah, so you can target multiple creatures, but it doesn't say you can target the same one. I've never had to do that before.
Can I not target?
I'll allow it.
You can have them strike a single creature.
Yeah. I'm gonna allow it, but I am gonna double check it. I assume it's okay, but I don't actually know. I've never had someone surprisingly.
If you shoot multiple missiles, you can have them strike a single creature or several creatures. A single missile can only strike one creature. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. It says you can if you shoot multiple missiles, you can have them strike a single creature. But then it certainly turn around.
Where does it say that?
At the bottom of the description.
Okay.
After it says how many missiles you shoot at max level.
Oh, that was level based. Yeah, I completely ignored that because it was all about levels.
You do only shoot one missile though, right?
Shoot 3. Wait, no. Wait.
Just
yeah, it is one. I'm thinking of D&D's magic missile, where
D&D is stronger.
yeah,
So
where
I'm gonna have you re-roll that
sorry,
damage.
do what now? I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have you re-roll the damage.
Okay, and this time just one missile.
Yes.
Right, my bad.
All good.
There we go. And then let me see. Does it require any? Can I do it on my?
Yeah, so I'm gonna stop doing the like text drawings that I did.
Yeah,
Clear.
I can't tell if I can use my bloodline ability as a swift action or not.
If it doesn't specifically state, then it's
Yeah, it doesn't state, so
yeah. So that would be a stand.
so yeah, I'm just going to move over here. Wait, no, I can't see anything else. Okay, I'm just gonna move over here and end my turn right here.
Okay,
Me.
you can actually do that in the top right of the like in the combat tracker. There, like once you little next act. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Animar's going to take a 5-foot step over here. Is that okay?
Yeah, yeah. There's barely any
Alright.
box there.
And then she's going to throw a bomb at Goblin 8. So
Okay. I'm gonna say he has partial cover just behind that counter. That's almost the same
that's fine.
size as him.
Yeah. All right. So do I add the modifier to that, or?
Yeah, I normally just have you guys add the penalty for simplicity.
Okay, so it's -2, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's like perfectly within your hold on. Do you have a bomb chucker?
I don't have a bomb chucker.
Doesn't a bomb chucker bring it up to 30?
No, bombs are normally 30.
Oh, okay. My bad.
It's all good. Bomb chuckers
Thrown
get it
bombs
up
have
to
a range
40,
increment of 20 feet. What it says on your bomb.
Oh, is it? Oh. Oops.
So if you want to throw it at him, you're gonna have to re-roll with the penalty. That's why I always recommend bomb chuckers.
Yeah, well, I didn't have enough
That's
cash
fine.
to get a bomb chucker.
I get why you don't have one. So if you want to re-strategize, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is 20 feet. Yeah, she's gonna not target him. She's gonna throw a bomb at Goblin 3 instead. 'Cause
Okay.
it's close. All right. So that's not gonna get cover, right?
No, he's standing on top of like workstation.
Okay. Oh, I don't know why I rolled a d20. Sorry.
Dang.
Uh,
Wish that was the hit.
yeah. 19.
That is
So.
just as good.
Yep. All right. Now the damage. All right. Still some good damage.
You see a bunch of the glass
Yeah.
on the table like breaks when the bomb hits.
And that's her turn.
I'm gonna draw you guys some more squares. Here, let's see how bad it is. Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. Oh, I did forget to use point blank shot, but it would have just made it die even more. So, oops.
I mean, and you also like point blank shot doesn't have to be right.
Right.
I'm not gonna make you re-roll for that. So any spot that has an orange square is covered in glass. On the fuck over here. End its turn. This goblin's gonna charge Anna.
Oh, great.
You're the person they can see.
I know.
I didn't expect you guys to go in via a window, but seems to be working so far. And it has its dog slice out. Turn. Okay, Goblin 8, the one you were thinking about attacking,
Yeah.
just churns around from the furnace, and you see it with like a tong that has a bunch of molten glass on it, and it's gonna like come over to Animar. Try and burn her with it.
Right.
Got a
0.
Yeah, it like comes over holding it in two hands, like barely like keeping upright, and then like tries to swing it at your legs, and you very easily like jump over it.
Nice.
And Amon's gonna do the thing he knows how to do.
Climb through windows.
Yes, climb through windows. That's where I was going with it. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna have that mean he has to spend his move action to get in there. Not gonna make it provoke though, because the goblin wasn't close enough. That would suck though. And when he comes in, he's gonna try and use his trident to stab goblin. I guess some of you haven't seen Saruman fight before, but he's an Ifrit who wields a trident. Now that might sound a little funny. And he wears a actually like very nice looking armored coat. You can actually imagine it as something tinted along the same line, like same kind of color as his picture would. Very fashion.
Real ladies man.
He is. Unfortunately, though, as he like
Not that
crawls
goblin.
over as he like barely gets over the window, he like tries to jab at the goblin, and it like kicks the trident aside. This goblin is so fucking far away.
Good.
Just starts running up towards you guys. Basically a small horde coming towards the opening. I assume you're going in there? Or was I wrong?
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I guess I failed to jump through the window. That's the.
You need to no, I didn't say that. You need to give me a acrobatics check.
Yeah. Here, I don't know how to roll this. Do I double click it? Do I drag it? Nope. Do I click this button?
Where are you trying to click?
This button. Perfect. Oh baby.
Wow.
Okay, that's enough to get you in there.
Okay.
But I think you would know this. I'm gonna throw something out here because it's actually tactically important. If you go through the spot that Armin's in, like I'm not gonna give you because you rolled high, you're gonna be able to move normally through the window. If you go in the spot Armin's in, you know there's a goblin down there he's fighting, so you would provoke if you went in that way. The alternative is going through the glass, which is I'm gonna treat effectively as caltraps.
How to? Yeah, sure. How high is this table that's in the middle? Or not the? I don't know, the box.
I
There's no,
think
like,
it's only like a couple feet
thing.
tall.
Can I just step up onto it?
Yeah, like the box in front of. Oh, you're talking about the little box I made?
This one right here. I can't go inside.
I'm not sure which box you.
The
This
orange
one.
box.
Okay, yeah, you can go onto that box if you give me an acrobatics check. It's not going to be as hard as the window, but it'll still be an acrobatics check.
Okay. I can't get in. I can't. Blah, blah, blah. Sure. What do caltrops do?
So they basically act as like an attack against you. If you want it like word for word, I can pull it up real quick. They're just a D20. There's no modifier to like try and hit you. And they do a little bit of damage if they hit. They don't care about your armor or shield or deflection bonuses, so it's a little bit easier for them to hit most people. If you're wearing something like shoes or other kind of footwear, which I assume you are, then you get a +2 to AC. But if the attack does succeed, then you're going to take a point of damage, and your speed's going to be reduced by half because you're effectively your foot would be
yeah,
winged.
okay. I stay outside.
Okay. Yeah, and that penalty would last a day long unless like a successful heal check, or you got magical heal. Okay, if your turn's over, you can just. And one more goblin's. Move up here. And Goblin 10 is going to try and attack Pond. That double click. Oh, that is. And you see something of the same effect. Like these are clearly not anything above average goblins. Very untrained, uncalculated attempt at us. And Goblin 3 no longer here.
Mm-hmm.
Goblin 3 is very much. On the other hand, Goblin 1's going to try and come up here. Turn up on the table. Going to roll a d20 for the caltrap to see if it hits. That is definitely a hit. Goblin 1 is going to stop there. 1 point of damage. Oh, and I guess I should have done an acrobatics check for them to get on there, but difficult. Still could have made it that distance. Is Dalen up?
Well, seeing as how the window is pretty much blocked off at this point by allies, going to can I get over here? No, I can't. Okay. I'm just gonna stand right here and break this window down with a ray of frost.
Okay. Boom.
Try to give me some extras, and that's my move. That's my turn.
Okay.
Let's Okay. Anamara is gonna take a 5-foot step over here. And she's gonna throw a bomb at Goblin 5, I think that is. Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah, Goblin 5. So it does creating a bomb does provoke as well. So Goblin 8 would be able to take its attack if it wants to.
I just targeted you, which untargeted you because you got here targeted. And this is the one with the melting.
Yeah.
Another 2. What were the odds?
All right. Okay, so she's gonna. All right. First is the bomb actual damage, and then we'll get to splash damage after that.
Yeah. If Goblin 5 gets murdered.
Oh no, a miss.
Okay. A D8.
All right.
Let's see how Armin's life fares.
3.
Okay, and we do have new players, so I'm gonna throw out something. This is one of the few things I do that isn't like written the way the rules are. The way the rules are for splash damage weapons is like when you roll that D8, it's based off where you throw them from, but I think that just overcomplicates things. So I always make 1 be the north like square where it would land, and then it just goes clockwise following the numbers, just for simplicity's sake. So a 3 in this case is going to land where Goblin 12 is.
Okay. So then 10, 12, and 5 would have splash damage?
Yeah,
right?
yeah, just
Or
target
does-
all of them. And...
Okay. Pop. All right. Damage. Do that right? Keep clicking. Oh, there you go. No, that's the damage. They have to do the roll still.
Yeah, there should be a reflex save option. Let me just
Yeah.
adjust their...
There it goes.
Well, I need to do the damage. That's a...
Okay.
that wasn't done right. So just let me... I need to fix the damage first, and then we'll do it right.
Okay.
Okay, Goblin
Sorry about
10, 5, 12. I'll need to get their HP back.
Yeah.
That was not quite what we were... But good job in that test run. You murdered them there. You don't... It's not a 2-hit you need to roll. It should just be a save because you missed.
Right. I forget how I did this when I set this up. I forget why it's got a roll attached to it. Or why it's rolling on mine, so
Let me look at your splash damage.
Yep. Okay.
It should be under the splash damage. You should just be able to click on the save die, not the attack die.
Oh, I think I have it as attack ranged.
Yeah, but you should just be able to hit the save, and should just let's try that. That should be what it is.
Yeah.
I thought we had this working before. I feel like you missed a bomb on the first.
I think so. All right, so click the save die. I want to do.
Yes.
Okay, that worked.
Yeah, that seemed to do it. Okay.
Okay. And then damage now. 2, 5, 2. Oh,
You
okay.
have the
Oops.
minimum damage set up?
Yeah. It's half. It's halved. Reflex save for caster level divided by 2. Plus your intelligence. Right?
Well, it should be the minimum damage of your bomb. It shouldn't just be half.
Yeah, it's 1. Sorry, it's 1 plus your modifiers.
Yeah. Okay, so you do have it set up then.
Yeah. All right, that is Anamara's turn.
Do it right? No, it did. Okay. I guess I'm just a little confused.
For what? For
Nothing.
the damage, or
No. I got it. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Everything. Another goblin that's running up by the furnace. Roll that d20 for the glass. Might actually hit, even though it's hella low. No, just barely did. Okay, so he gets to make it through. Not what I want. Bad. Bad symbol. Let's see if he makes it through the second thing of glass. Man is a anomaly. Comes up here, but it's just enough awkward amount of movement that to get to you.
Can't wait till those frontline fighters get in here.
Right? That he's Goblin number 5. 5 foot.
How is our alchemist being the front line in this match?
He went in first. He went in
And it,
first, and there's no space.
I think the dog slicer like bashes against the box behind the goblin. A goblin 8. Who's gonna come at you with those goddamn tongs again?
Let's hope for another 0.
Not a 0, still a miss.
Thank
Infinitely better than previous rolls. Notice how that's touched too. I don't know if everyone saw that.
Oh, it's against touch AC?
Yeah. Better
Oh,
watch
okay.
out for those tongs.
Yeah.
What's happening, Captain? Captain? I don't know. Armand's a very simple man, and I know this might be not be like the decision you guys were hoping. He's gonna continue to fight the same goblin he's fighting. One of those guys that when he gets in the fray, he maintains the fray. Generally speaking, until death of so far. Oh, dang it. Then again, if you're gonna bust out a 20 and a 1 at the same time, that's when you want it to happen.
That's the way you want it to happen, yeah.
Yeah, ooh, that was the wrong. Ignore that part. Oh, with that fucking damage right there. Okay, and he, like this time, now that he's properly on his feet, pulls his trident back and thrusts it directly into the chest of the goblin. Body immediately goes limp after this sound comes out of it. And he's gonna. And this is the goblin boy all the way in the back. You're gonna, God, who can even see him right now? I don't think any of you can. Okay, well then I'm not gonna tell you what he's doing. You just hear maniacal goblin laughing in the background.
Those are always fun.
See if he can deal with the glass, though. The answer is damage.
Laughing turns into screams.
Yeah, you definitely hear in the background, and Animari, you can hear what they're saying. It just in Goblin, there's just this like, God, fuck, like, damn it, the glass, and then he like yells out like, bottle glass, as he's like gesturing towards the body in front of him.
What do you say? Bottle glass?
Something along those lines.
Okay.
Oh, what's happening?
It's gonna be a little glitchy because you guys are on like a wall and it's made in like a circular pattern. So that's probably what was going on.
I was trying to move my map and it was moving my character because it was still selected.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Okay, I'm gonna start hitting this door.
Okay. Are you attempting to break it, or are you just going for straight up damage?
I'm just gonna hit it with my shield, I guess.
Okay. Then you can roll damage, but like, do you know the hardness of an average door?
Nope.
Okay, the average door's hardness is 5, so this regular door is gonna ignore 5 damage every time you hit it.
Yep.
Okay. Give me your damage roll.
Sounds about right. I think it's a D4.
The D4 or D6, depending on the
With a
shield.
heavy shield.
Yeah. If it's a heavy shield, it's probably a D6 because it's the 2 bigger shields that are. I think it's towers. Towers and the other one, pretty sure is a heavy shield.
1 heavy shield. Please help, help, help. Should have looked
A heavy
before.
steel
it's a
or
D4.
wooden?
I don't think it matters. So it's +4. Shield bash.
Okay. If that's the end of the turn, you can just.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry.
It's all good. Everyone had to get used to it at some point. Gonna make a note called door health. Not very often you have to do that. Goblin 12. All those bastards that got hit with the guy's actually dead. Bomb splashed on him and he healed over, covered in fire. Round 3. Fight.
Fight. Oh.
So this is the guy on the table that got stuck in the glass.
Mm-hmm.
Permanently crippled for the next 24 hours. Can only move at half speed. He is gonna up though. Get a little bit closer, then realize that like, oh shit, guy with the trident doesn't have anyone in front of him now. He's gonna try and throw some glass at him with the appropriate penalty. Don't expect this to work. Oh, that was a double click. Final try.
-7. Oh boy.
There we go. That was horrible. Dalen?
With the goblin over here dead, I'm going to go try to push through the window here.
Okay. Give me an acrobatics check.
Let's see. Skills. There's acrobatics. There we go.
Nice. Where are you going?
I'm going to am I in the window right now?
This would be you going through the window.
Okay, I'm just going to stand right here. And let's see.
That's you in the window seal. If you maintain in the window seal, I'm not going to let someone else go through it.
Okay, well, I don't think that's going to be much of a problem because Aradel looks like he's busy bashing down a door.
Okay.
So I am just going to let's see. Which one of these goblins is the most hurt? is Goblin 5 the one in between Ammon and Amara?
Yeah, if you control click, it'll automatically target it. You can do it on the map too.
Yeah, I'm going to.
So I'm going to give him partial cover because of the box, but I'm going to give you the +2 for an elevation bonus, so it becomes a net 0.
Cool. I'm going to try and freeze him with a ray of frost.
Okay. You're still firing through an ally, so you have a -4.
Oh, I do, don't I?
Reroll real quick.
Okay. Well, if I'm firing through an ally, then I think it'd be best if I moved over here.
Okay.
Try to get out of that.
Look at your AC blast there.
I don't know.
Pretty sure yours isn't going to be adjusted. Yeah, you're good. It's just versus your regular.
I don't know if mage armor would affect that at all.
What the bonus for mage armor still applies, yeah.
Okay.
But I like literally rolled just enough for you to take that 1 point of damage.
Oh.
You'll have to stop there. You're gonna be at half movement speed for another day unless you get healed.
All right. Well, guess I'll re-roll for Ray of Frost then.
Yes. Hey. Hold on, you didn't do the -4.
Oh, I didn't. Son of a bitch.
Actually, not with that positioning. You don't need it, so that's fine. Sorry, I forgot you moved away from Armin. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. So
Get some damage. First time we get damage for Ray of Frost, and this is where I ask, what does Dalen's Ray of Frost look like?
okay, Dalen's Ray of Frost looks like a powdery, kind of a starry white sort of small miniature beam of ice that just kind of glistens in the sunlight as it passes through the air.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
Like you got some
All right.
friends now, Anamara.
Yeah, they're still far away though. Animar's gonna take a 5-foot step around this corner. If that's okay.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
All right. Then she's gonna chuck a bomb at this line of 3 goblins here.
Yeah.
So that'll provoke
From 11.
Yeah.
And this guy has like basically come around the corner like a hot tongue, and he's gonna try and burn.
Oh, great.
Seems like using tongs is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of like brings it up as like a side sweep, like it was almost dragging it across the ground, and you just like have to move your upper torso barely.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna actually put on point blank shot because I forgot about it last time.
Good call.
And all right, this is against Goblin 8. Oh.
Another D8 going out.
All right.
Make sure it's high.
7.
There you go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Ooh. Oh, so I'm gonna take damage maybe too. Great.
Yeah. There's 4 of you that are maybe gonna take damage.
5, right? Oh wait.
1, 2. No, it should be right
1,
in
2,
your
3,
east.
4.
It should land in
So
between you
one
and
is
Goblin 5.
1, 2.
You got 7, right?
The southeast. Yeah, I got a 7.
So 1, 2, 3, 5. No, because
Goblin
8 would
8.
be yeah, it's gonna be between you and Goblin 5. Or no, sorry, I was thinking you were firing. Sorry, I was doing that. I was looking at the wrong Goblin. You're right. Gonna hit all of you guys.
So good.
God. Sorry about that.
Best best thing that could happen. All right. 10
Bad
damage.
girl.
That's a lot of people taking damage.
Oof.
Yeah.
A lot
Alright.
of dead goblins.
Yeah, there is. Oops.
I have noticed a distinct lack of descriptions today, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so Animara, she kind of steps around the corner, and because there's this wall, she like tries to huck a bomb at Goblin 8, and it kind of just bounces a little bit off of him. It didn't explode in time, and it rolled back towards her, and she's like, "Oh no!" And the bomb explodes and hits her and all the rest of them.
3 of these goblins fall over, just burning, screaming so loud. It's louder than the furnace with all of them.
Yeah. And that is her turn. No,
Are
she's
you
not
20
gonna
hint?
provoke. No. 18.
Because it did do 6 damage, that's why you're asking it.
It's for point blank shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that work with the splash?
Yeah, I looked it up.
Okay, cool.
It's just the minimum damage of the bomb, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it all adds up. I just
Yep.
never done that with a splash weapon before. Your question.
I was just curious, see how smart he was.
Okay, Goblin 8. You see its eyes widen and its jaw drop as it looks at you, Animar, and it's like, "It's the hero of the Sandpoint! Run!" And it turns around, realizes that all of its allies are dead, and it just fucking books it in a straight line.
Tell me, boy, no.
I think Armin's basically gonna like come around the corner, see this goblin running all the way down there, and I'm gonna have him do the acrobatics check so he can avoid the glass. Turns out glass is bad. Okay, clears it easily, and then he's just gonna try and make as much progress as he can.
We just lost Calvin.
Oh, did we?
He's probably coming back. I don't know. He's disconnected once or
Okay.
twice.
It's fine. The
He's
session's
back.
almost over, so even if he doesn't come back, that's kind of like the perfect time if he was going to, disappear.
He's back.
Yeah, I somehow Discord stopped talking again to me. So
Oh, okay. And then Goblin 2, for which none of you guys can see, but all of you heard only moments ago, is gonna attempt to make the same book, like the same run, but it's not gonna be as simple, seeing as it only has half its movement. Like Armin sees it like running by him.
Up. I climb inside.
Give me that acrobatics check. You're good.
How do you have a -5? Oh, you're wearing armor. That's right.
I have shield and armor.
Armor no make climb goodwill.
I'm better at climbing than I am at jumping.
That's true. I'm leaping. I'm sorry.
Ooh, button.
What button are you looking at?
Turn complete.
Still have more movement.
I don't.
Why not? You have 20 feet of movement, right?
Yeah, 5,
So you can move twice.
10, 15. I guess I could standard move.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to, it's there.
Okay, I'll trip over the box.
No, this would be an acrobatics check and a much easier one.
I'll trip over the box.
You will trip over the box. Guess you didn't need that standard action anyway.
All right, my turn, right?
Yes.
All right, move over here. Do I see the goblin?
Yeah, you should be able to.
I
Like,
don't.
as you're running, you would be able to see there's a goblin down the hallway, right? You can see him.
Oh, I see it there.
Yeah, and then I think you can see the other one.
No, I don't see the other one.
No?
No.
Well, where are you moving to? Just like take it one. This is why I tell people do one square at a time, especially when we have line of sight.
I'm trying to move to where I could see at least one of the goblins.
Okay, well, you can see one from there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one that like was like, oh no, it's the Heroes of Sandpoint. And probably as it's running, it's like, goddamn, Tall Shanks found us.
Oh, I do see the other one, just way down there. I didn't realize it moved so far.
Yeah, it just did a full-on sprint.
Okay.
Just
It would
as
not
far
be
as it could
anywhere-
go down this hallway.
It would wait. Can I pop a magic missile on it? Let me see what the range on that is. Okay.
If it's magic missile, I'm pretty sure it's like really far.
Yeah, it's 100 feet.
That might, I think that's within. Did you target him?
Let me find out. Yeah, there we go. 75 feet. Yes.
There you go.
I'm going to hit magic missile right at him. And as a description, I'm going to kind of just snap my fingers, and at the tip of my index finger, a small bolt of light appears, and then I just kind of baseball toss it at the creature.
You're a pitcher, not a batter.
And now my damage. He's got no cover on me, right?
No, you're good in that aspect. You just need to roll the 2. Or not the 2 damage.
Oh shoot, I forgot to add my oh well, it doesn't matter.
What? Add what?
I forgot to add my point blank, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because he's dead.
Okay. That's the thing right there. It might not matter this time, but if we're setting precedent, you're gonna be regularly using a
Yeah, I
feat.
know. I need to start remembering it more.
And point blank is not like point blank's within 30 feet, man, so it doesn't apply here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It does have
You don't need to worry about that, but it's still worth noting because like I don't think it makes sense to be like, oh well, I should have applied this this time because he's alive, but I didn't apply it last time because he would die anyways.
I forgot to apply it for the other 2 shots, the other shot that I made. But I'll remember it for next time.
Yeah. Okay. If you're done with your turn, just end it.
Here we go.
Mark any of it.
Okay. Nope. She's just gonna take 5.
You should be able to see one now.
Yeah, but that's more than 20 feet away.
That is definitely more.
So,
By my calculations, that's about 75 feet away from you now.
Yeah. 25, 30. She still doesn't see one, so she's just gonna keep going. So 35, 40. Oh, there's one. And I think that'll be her turn actually. She'll just end there because
Okay.
she doesn't have whatever it's called. That 40 movement is past her movement speed, so that's a full dash.
Yeah. Okay, you see Goblinate walk up to this door. He opens it.
Is Goblinate dead? It says it's dying in the combat tracker.
Yeah, I killed it. I killed Goblinate. Ain't going for nothing.
Let me double check. Oh yeah, I know what goblin this is. Don't worry about that. There's a reason that's. But he does, like, if you look at him, he definitely looks like he should be. That wasn't really something I was gonna throw out there since you guys were like hella far away by the time it became. But it's fair, you guys would. Amon's gonna come over here and try and kill this goblin. Goblin right next to him. Getting all the hits. And Amon this time, like, pushes the goblin against the furnace, pierces its lower torso, and you see a bunch of guts spill out. Mostly blood and a little bit of guts as he pulls the trigger.
Oof.
You guys see, well, actually, I'm going to ask for a perception check here. Everyone with a -4 penalty, but, and this is everyone that can see the goblin, but I'm going to give Anamara +2 bonus, so a total of -2 for Anamara. This is perception based, or like visual based eyeballs.
Okay.
We get one from Dalen as well.
Did you say -2 or -4?
-4 for you. It's a -2 for Anamara because I'm giving her bonus because it means something related.
Okay, so perception. I have no bonus for it whatsoever. Yep.
No? Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. You guys see this, like, fucked up goblin body make it to the door, and then as it reaches towards the, like, handle for it, it just slumps over forward in, like, this position that, like, definitely shouldn't be the case for anything alive. And we'll end the session right there with you guys murdering all of the goblins. We'll begin next week with you guys checking this room out and talking to each other.
Okay.
Investigation.
I think you guys did pretty well with that fight for how difficult it was.
I made it inside.
Our poor alchemist was the sole attention of all those goblins after the match.
Right, like your tank, your like best tank, and then the person who had mage armor on, no physical contact.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could have maybe moved through the window. No, I hit it on my surprise round, so
Yeah. No, you guys did a good job. Like, I think all of you made really good decisions, and that I feel like that fight went really well. I hope everyone else enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
Sorry, Aradel, that like it ended up going that way.
I'm inside now.
Yeah. So I'm generally curious, but I'm especially curious because the new group dynamics. How did everyone feel about the session today?
Inside.
I liked it.
I liked today. It went pretty well.
No more outside for me. I'm nice and warm inside.
It was actually pretty warm in here. I didn't think about that, but
it is a furnace.
Yeah,
girl.
Heated room.
Yeah.
Especially with all those layers covering all the blankets or all the windows.
I didn't get to push anything into a furnace. I'm going to be upset for the rest of the campaign. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah,
It's
so when
okay.
we brought up things we might know yesterday, I might have intentionally dropped a hint.
We were talking about like weird information we have. I'm like, yeah, like I don't know why, but I know that to hover in place as like a flying creature with wings. It's a DC 15. It's just burned into my memory. And Jacob's like, yeah, like I don't know why I know this, but if you get pushed into a furnace, you take 66 damage.
Oh God.
Wink, wink.
My
You
whole
missed it.
my whole campaign is ruined.
I'm sure there'll be more furnace-related battles to come.
We have to bring something from further in the glassworks back to this room. They're going in that furnace.
Like looking for more goblins, trying to see if you can drag one into the furnace.
Tie one up, drag it back, untie it. We're fighting in here.
Well, actually, that's something an evil character would do, and
No, I'm gonna
that would
untie him.
that would completely ruin the experience for me if you did anything like that.
It's not evil. I'm gonna let him, trial by combat. Untie him, let him have a fair fight.
Maybe
Just
it's
make sure
lawful
that-
evil.
with his back just suspiciously towards a furnace. Yeah.
And yeah, you guys aren't leveling up this week.
No.
You guys level up
Okay.
when you're done with the glassworks, I'll tell you that. So
Ooh.
probably next session.
Okay.
Level 2. Level 2.
Which will be 2 weeks from now. We do not have a session next weekend because the plan is to finalize moving next weekend. We can't actually move into the house. Like the person living there right now is their final day is Friday, so we've just been moving stuff to storage for
Mhm.
so this weekend we're hoping we can just get in as early as Saturday, but it might be I'll like let you guys know in case you need to contact me or whatnot. It might be the kind of thing where I can't run a game, but I'm still available if anyone chat. But at some point after Saturday, but before the next session, I will be moving into my new house.
Oh,
Okay.
that sounds nice.
I'm excited. New place, but I'm also a little disappointed because I've moved so much in my life and I was kind of hoping I'd live here a while longer. I'm 22 and I've lived in 23 homes. I'm kind of hoping this would be the one that like
Oh,
breaks the
God.
barrier. But no, not gonna happen.
I mean, if it's any consolation, I've had one of my homes burned down.
Wow, I haven't had that happen. Sucks.
I was too young to really remember.
I've been fortunate not to have anything like that crazy happen.
Ooh.
But I had a lot of fun today, guys. I think it was pretty cool. Are there any comments, questions, concerns?
No.
No.
Cool. Then I'm gonna end the stream.
Okay.
Right.